Good day, everyone. This is Richard Cox from Code4.20 Events. We're just going to allow a few more folks to join us in the webinar. And once again, we're going to be starting off our session at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Happy 420 to you. Good day, everyone. This is Rich Cox again, and we're going to be starting off at 10:15 a.m. And we really appreciate those of you who are logging on through the Facebook social media page. And if you do get a chance, hit that share button. Hit that share button on the social media page. And we're thankful for you sharing our content today. Happy 420. good morning. Happy 420, everyone. It's 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time, and we're so glad to have all of you here with us this morning. If you are listening to us or watching us on that Facebook Live, we encourage you to hit that share button. We encourage you to hit that share button. But at the same time, if you're a person who's watching us right now on the YouTube rebroadcast, we also encourage you to hit that share button. So it's 10 a.m. Eastern Time here in New York. We do have some folks that are listening to us from the West Coast, so happy early morning to you out there in the West Coast, United States. And we have a few folks chiming in from the European continent, and it's already afternoon over there. So wherever you are, wherever you may be, when we do our broadcast, every day for us is 420. So we always like to start out our conversation by saying happy 420. We have definitely a great webinar for you guys today. We call this one the clinical state, and we will be definitely looking at four major areas in the clinical state as they relate to chronic care, as they relate to geriatric care, regenerative medicine, and of course, mental health. And we have a panel of experts with us as always, and we really appreciate them taking the time out of their busy schedules. Some of them had approached us prior to this and showed a great enthusiasm being part of this conference, but at the same time, we respect the contributions that they do to their patients. And we definitely understood that we want our patients that are being served by these professionals to come first. So with that being said, we are just so thankful for the time that these professionals took out of their busy schedule, treating their patients, to join us here today on our conference. Once again, thank you to all. So who do we have on our program today? We're going to start out, obviously, with a person who has definitely played a major role in our development over the last couple of years. Definitely this person has been dedicated to our organization and ours to his. Tony Rogers will be coming on in a few moments. Tony will be coming out and giving us a great opening words and some opening presentations. Then a few minutes after that, we're going to be chatting with Melissa Gibson from Hemp Humanity. Melissa has definitely been a great part of our organizational events over the last year. And we're definitely going to be catching up with Melissa to see how things are going. We are also happy to have on today's program Martha McDermott. And Martha McDermott works as a Director of Patient Relations at Attain Health, LLC Attain. So we're glad that Martha's going to be back with us for another 420 event. Then afterwards, we're going to be going to chronic care. And we're going to be talking to some great physicians coming to us this morning. One of them is in the form of Dr. Paloma Letfeld. She'll be coming to us. She represents Vireo Health, and we're so happy to have her on our program this morning. She'll be followed by Elizabeth Kramer Ernst. She founded the Hamptons Medi Spa, and she'll be on also this morning. Then we're going to be moving into the afternoon sessions. We're going to have a great presentation on geriatric care from Dr. Lynn Parotnik. She's going to come to us on a great presentation on geriatric care. Then we're going to be moving into the clinical state and moving into mental health, and where we have Kebra Smith-Bowden, who runs Canna Health. She'll be with us. And of course, Shira Adler, who is no stranger to our events. She's going to be coming at us in the 2 o'clock hour, approximately 2 o'clock this afternoon, with a great presentation on mental health. We're going to be finishing out our day with regenerative care. We're so happy to have Dr. Carly Bell Biggins from Monaco Natural Health. She'll be on our program discussing regenerative care. And then we have Dr. Flora Luyando, who will be coming on and talk about cannabis alternative medicines for healing. So we have a great event today, great opportunities. Once again, if you're in that Facebook chat room, please hit that share button. So we're going to have a great show today, plenty of information, plenty of opportunities. And of course, if you're here with us on the webinar, you too, we have a chance to chime in, put your comments in the chat box, and we would definitely turn this into a great educational event. So with that being said, let's get things started. So I'd like to bring on William Anthony Rogers, Tony Rogers, for OUON Health. And Tony, happy 420.
This is a very important event for many reasons. We are in a pandemic, and it's something that has created a great deal of concern as relates to the disparities of our health uh, situation here in the United States. And one of the things that we've been working with you, Richard, for at least 3 years is to provide education and information as relates to the health benefits of cannabis. Uh, Hopefully, when we have it in April, we will be close to looking at the legalization of cannabis in America, according to the words of our uh, Vice President-elect Harris, which will be important because then our opportunity to act search in how cannabis is beneficial not only to seniors but to people of all ages, something that many people have known, but based on a lot of hurdles, many of them have been due to the old way of thinking as it relates to many of the pharmaceutical companies have had some issues with these things. Matter of fact, it has always been an economic issue as it relates to why cannabis has been uh, put into the category that it is in now. Um, so we're looking at a bright future. As many of you know, I truly believe with a number of other individuals, especially those who focus on the astrological charts, that April 4th, 2020 was the beginning of the age of Aquarius, a time of rethinking old ideas, the time of technology, which is obvious based on what we're doing now, and a time of unveiling misinformation and bringing on the truth. And I truly believe that this is something that is happening, and it is something that will continue to happen. I am again honored to be a part of this particular event. You have a line of wonderful speakers. I am also honored because I think that I'm one of the few males that will be presenting anything today. And we are moving into, based on my good friend, numerologist Lord Strahan, is the year of the woman. And that is fine with me because I think women can get things done. And I am happy and look forward to all of the information that will take place today, especially with seniors. Being a senior myself, it's important to begin to understand how to become a healthy senior. And this is something that I have no doubt will be discussed today. And please, please, for those who are listening, have an open mind. Look at this information as something that you should share with people. And Richard, please continue what you do. And to all of the panelists, thank you so much for sharing your information. I look forward for a great, great forum today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for your words, your kind words that are always great to start out our webinars with your kind words. And it's true. I found out, I think it was more about 2 days ago, when I realized that our entire panel with the exception of you and I, is an all-woman panel. And this was not by any choice. It's just that I just looking for the best people to fill the positions. I
Well,
would just look for the best people. And in the process of looking for the best people to present, when I looked at the agenda and I looked at who we were putting together, it just happened to be an all-female lineup. And so I was joking with some of the speakers the other day on how important, this was, to have, an all-female lineup. And just by looking for the best people just happened to be an all-female lineup. And so I just said, let's go for it. I'm not even going to change it. I'm not even going to make any accommodation for it. The best people are here. We're going to move forward with the best.
sounds good to me. You'll never have a complaint with me being along with wonderful, smart, beautiful, productive women.
All right, we've got some folks that are coming into the room. We are sorry, and we can just have some of the microphones muted for some of the folks coming into the room. So Tony, once again,
Yes.
we thank you for your contributions. Thank you for all the time you've helped us here at Code 420. And this is only the beginning. So we're definitely going to be rounding out today's activities. We hope you will stay around and pop in and out in some of the discussions. But at this time, we're going to move forward to our first guest. Someone has been around our community pretty much since we started, Code 420 Events. She has definitely been a contributor to the cannabis community. And her organization, Hemp and Humanity, there's so much we can say about this organization. You know something? I'm not going to jump into it. I'm just going to leave the floor open to her, for her to come on in and tell us more about her organization, some of the things she's been up to, and how we can, support her. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for being part of this webinar. And once again, to us, is always happy 420. Take it away.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here again. I always enjoy your events. I always learn as much as I share. And I'm speaking to you today live from our shop in Woodstock, New York. This was, Hemp and Humanity has been around for the last 4 years, but at the end of September, we had an opportunity to open up our first brick and mortar shop in the heart of Woodstock, New York. That Woodstock, New York. And
Congratulations.
Thank you. And it's been a wonderful experience, especially after the lockdown. It's been wonderful to come back out into the community and have meaningful conversations about the plant. So here we are, welcome to the end of the supply chain. It's basically all of the work that's done in our industry, from the genetics to the cultivation, to processing and manufacturing and formulating, distribution. Finally, here we are at retail. And it's really the place where the plant meets the public. And as was alluded to earlier, we're not starting with a neutral mindset. People are not first learning about the cannabis plant. They have misinformation and propaganda and the war on drugs that has been influencing how they feel about this plant for so many years. And yet here we have this opportunity to destigmatize, to normalize, and to share the science behind the plant and how it works in your body with the public. And I can tell you, because Woodstock has so many visitors from all over the country, certainly all over the Northeast in the COVID era, I would say about 50% of the people that come in the door have wanted to purchase some kind of cannabinoid product, but didn't feel comfortable making that choice on their own. And they're very thankful to have somebody to talk to them about it, to explain what the endocannabinoid system is, to talk about the different methods for receiving this plant into your body and the expectations for results. And About 85% of the people that come in are asking to address some kind of mood issue. People are stressed, people are anxious. We live in a crazy world where the external environment is affecting us situationally, even if we don't inherently have some of these mood issues. So I started Hemp in Humanity years ago because I'm addressing autoimmune disorders with the plant. I have celiac disease and Graves' disease and Lyme disease. So basically my Achilles heel is my immune system. And I've successfully been able to address my systems with this plant, so much so that I wanted to share my knowledge with the public. So I curate products from all over, but we do have a focus on New York State hemp products, women-owned companies as well. And we have a variety of products here, cannabinoid products, and it just gives us the opportunity to bring this plant right to the public, answer their questions, and start a conversation or continue a conversation based on where that person's knowledge base is, and really reconnect humans with this plant. I think we can change the world with this plant. I think that we are all going to experience this reconnection that's going to provide one of the biggest sea changes in our lifetime. And we are not just talking, at our store, we're not just talking about the cannabinoids, we're also talking about the whole plant. I have examples of, this is a hemp wood bowl. So we can use the biomass after we've taken the beautiful medicine from the plant to create wood products, paper products. The bags behind me that you see are 100% hemp paper. This is a hemp fiber bag. We're working with an organization in Nepal that is collecting wild hemp at the base of the Himalayas, turning it into yarn, then fabric, and then training unskilled workers and combining them with artists to create these wonderful, sustainable products. So I know in other events, Richard, you've had me, last year I think it was, we were at the Harlem Public Library and I was talking about all of the elements of the plant. What other thing can you think of can feed us, clothe us, heal us, fuel us, shelter us? It's really incredible. But as far as your theme today and the clinical state, and I know that Shira especially is going to be talking about mental health, we all just need to take a deep breath, look around at all the resources that we have available, stay connected, and we can look to this plant to help us. Our body creates our own cannabinoids. This is a phytocannabinoid. It has the same molecular structure as what we're already creating. We were meant to live symbiotically with this plant. So as you listen to all the incredible speakers that we're going to have today on the conference, just know that it is with hope and it is with an eye to the future that we can steward this plant and educate folks about this plant in a way that's really going to make improvements in our lives.
Thank you, Melissa. I mean, your words are, they're more than educational. They are words of encouragement. You know, they give us, you know, a promise, you know, of what we're looking at in terms of this beautiful plant, as you refer to it. You know, we're coming of the age where we have to accept this beauty. You know, we have to accept this beauty because this type of beauty is not going away. So we need to embrace it. We need to cultivate it. We need to, you know, basically, you know, make love to it, as I would say, because this is what the age that we're dealing with. And, you know, we're looking at some of the comments already coming in the chat room. You know, someone has already referred to, they too suffer from chronic Lyme disease. And, you know, how this plant has already played a part, you know, in their
Yes.
life.
If you live in the Northeast especially, Lyme disease is just part of the bargain with our love of nature, unfortunately. And many people suffer from Lyme disease, and the symptoms are very systems oriented. I like to say that CBD, and I'm using it sort of a shorthand for all of the cannabinoids, but CBD really addresses systems, not symptoms. And it's why it's a better alternative than even the things we're used to, like Advil and Tylenol, that we just take without thinking, that can harm our digestive system, even as it's providing us with pain relief. So something like Lyme disease or the other autoimmune disorders that I have, and also on top of that, menopause, those are systems based. And what's incredible about this plant is that you may be taking it for one thing, you may take it for inflammation or pain, but it's also going to help you out by balancing your mood. Its goal in your body is to create physiological homeostasis. It's all about balance. And it's such a beautiful thing. So even if you're not confident that you know exactly what you are addressing with this plant when you try it, when you consume it, we have this incredible endocannabinoid system that's going to make sure that it gets where it needs to go.
Once again, thank you, Melissa. Everybody, it's Melissa Gibson, Hemp and Humanity. Melissa,
come to Woodstock, come visit me.
Right, what I wanted you to do is put your information into the chat room. So this way, I haven't been up to the Woodstock area maybe in about, I would say maybe 6 or 7 years.
You're overdue, and I will say you can, in the same day, you can visit me. You can walk on our 12-mile-long, beautiful Ashokan Reservoir rail trail, which is where New York City gets their water from, so it's extremely pristine. And let nature wash all over you and heal you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm definitely going to do that. So please put your information in the chat room.
I'll do that.
And once again, thank you and happy 420.
Thank you. You too. Good luck today. Have fun, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to bring on Martha McDermott. Martha, once again, she's definitely been a person that's been very supportive of our organization, going back towards the very beginning. And it's always a pleasure to have her on board our webinars. And I'm not going to, butcher myself and jump into all the great things that Martha is doing, especially with Etain Health. So Martha, please, happy 420. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Richard. It's nice to see you as well, and also all of our participants and attendees. Tell me, the focus of the talk today, did you want to ask a few questions about community and about medical marijuana, or in general, did you just want me to share the basics about our company and the products we offer?
Right. What I wanted you to do is basically share all the great opportunities that your company has, and all the thing about the about obtaining the card. Once they obtain the card, all the great things your company can do. So we just leave it up to you. We just love for you to be here and just tell us everything. Educate us as always.
Okay, great. Okay,
you can pace yourself and take your time.
Okay. So welcome everybody to our humble world of medical marijuana, where we serve tens of thousands of patients here in New York State. We're very happy to be able to provide quality assured and quality controlled medicine to the thousands of patients that we work with and for. Etain was begun 5 years ago in 2015, when we were very happily awarded the one of the first 5 licenses in New York State to grow, produce, and dispense medical marijuana. We do that starting with the engine of our operations, the grow facility based in Chestertown, New York. We operate 6 greenhouses that grow a variety of strains, and then we, at the same location on the other side of the production facility, we have the lab and production facility itself, where we extract. The big extraction machine takes up half the room, where we use CO2 in a high pressure environment to extract the cannabis oil from the flower. And then we break it down into its THC and CBD counterparts, and we blend those counterparts into the 4 formulations that we offer, which include our high THC CBD product, which is called Forte. Then we have a 1-to-1 product, which is called Balance. We have a 1-to-2 product, 1 parts THC to 2 parts CBD called Mezzo. And we have a high CBD, low THC product called Dolce. And our products come in a number of applications as well as different ratio. So we'll start with, as a patient, let's say you come to us and you say to our pharmacists who are in charge of our dispensaries, okay, we are suffering from chronic pain, or we are suffering with anxiety, or a little bit of neuropathy, which is a tingling in the hands and in the fingers, excuse me, and in the feet and the extremities for neurologic damage. If you're somebody who's suffering with seizure, someone who's suffering with Huntington's disease, multiple sclerosis, irritable bowel disease, chronic pain, as well as acute pain. So let's say you're have an anticipating surgery is anticipated soon, or you're a chronic pain sufferer with back pain or an injury that is sort of lingering in your body. Those are conditions under which the New York State Department of Health would approve you for treatment with our medicines. So where does it begin? You now know about our products. You know that we come in different, I was about to talk about the different applications. We have vape, which most people know and understand as inhalation. When you take oil and you draw it over a heated coil, it vaporizes, and you inhale and exhale, and you can absorb the cannabinoids through the bloodstream, initially through that lung. And that's the fastest onset that our medicine offers, with approximately a 10 to 45 second onset. And then you can expect the duration to last up to 1 to 2 hours. Most people will choose vape when they are having an acute moment, whether that be with pain, with anxiety, with an irritable bowel moment, and they need immediate relief. Vape is the go-to. Next on our spectrum, we have tincture and we have oral spray. Both are taken in the mouth, where one will find thousands of blood vessels that come to the surface and are it's a great surface area for absorption. With tincture, which goes under the tongue, and with oral spray, which goes inside the cheek, you can expect about a 15-minute onset of action with up to about a 3-hour, maybe sometimes 4-hour duration of action. And that's pretty good for a person who, say, when they wake up in the morning and have a lot of stiffness, maybe rheumatoid arthritis, to connect it to the Lyme's disease example you just cited. A person might like the tincture because that can help them to get moving in the day, but maybe throughout the day as the body warms up, they might not need as much medication. So the tincture is pretty well suited for somebody who needs a little help, let's say in the beginning of a day, or alternatively at the end of a day, if a person is feeling, for example, if you're a person experiencing a cancer treatment and you're feeling very tired at the end of a day, or perhaps the nausea starts to set in, tincture can be a very nice treatment in that case, or the oral spray. And a lot of our patients like the oral spray. Think Banaka Blast, where you sprayed the back of your throat with Banaka back in the 80s. That's a little bit like what our spray is like, only you spray it on the inside of the cheek. Our next application for consideration would be more of the ingestible version, which would include our capsules, the water-soluble powder, and then our lozenges. The water-soluble powder, the capsules, let's start with capsules, are offered in every ratio that we offer, every ratio formulation. The water-soluble powder, which is a really popular choice, especially for our senior population or older patients who appreciate the ability to dissolve the powder into a drink or a soup or a smoothie. The powder is offered in the 1-to-1 formulation, as well as the high THC, low CBD formulation. The lozenge is offered in just the high THC, low CBD formulation. Our lozenge is a little honey lozenge that's made from locally sourced honey up at our grow facility. That's 5 milligrams of THC to less than a milligram of CBD. And then we also have capsule powder and the lozenge, yes, are ingested versions. And that's going to be a much longer duration of action. When you digest or have an edible, for example, you are eating the cannabis. And so it has to pass through your digestive system. And depending on your metabolism, that can take anywhere from 45 minutes to up to 2 hours before it passes through your intestines and into your bloodstream. The ingestible forms are of the highest potency. And that's important for folks to know, because if you're new to cannabis, if you're coming to cannabis first time for medical treatment, you're probably going to do, we like to dose in a way that we call low and slow. And so that means you're going to start with a low milligram dosage, and you'll titrate up slowly so that you come to the right dosage over time, and in a way that is suitable for your body, that treats your pain or treats your anxiety or treats your nausea or treats your seizures, but doesn't maybe offer too many strong side effects that sometimes people don't always welcome. The THC is more responsible for, and that includes some of the more euphoric side effects, which, you know, many people actually welcome, but some people really don't like, because actually at the end of the day, THC is also a stimulant. And if you are somebody, for example, who suffers with anxiety, that stimulation will only, in some cases, exacerbate that anxiety, and it sort of morphs into paranoia, which is, of course, not fun for anybody, or increased anxiety. So in any case, the edible formulations are important, but I would say must be treated with a little bit more care. And that is something to talk about with your physician and with your pharmacist when you come to our dispensary for your first time consultation. So there we've covered all of the applications and formulations that Etain offers, as well as our colleagues in medical marijuana. There are 10 registered organizations in New York State, and we all possess license and have been licensed by the New York State. We all grow and produce and dispense medical marijuana, excuse me, and in what's called a vertical integration fashion. So it's a license that does all three. Other states you might be aware of usually allow for a producer to come in, or a dispensary license, or a grow license. But in New York State, it's one license that handles all three of those levels. How does one become a patient? That's a really important question. The process is relatively simple. It feels cumbersome in the description, but at the end of describing it step by step, I'm going to add on to, or really maybe look at it from a case perspective, and sort of illustrate how it's not as cumbersome as it might sound. The way a person starts to become a patient, you would go to the Department of Health website, and you would go from their homepage, New York State Department of Health, you would click on to the medical marijuana program link, and that link will take you to their homepage. On the homepage, you will see a big purple box that reads, "Find a certified physician." So a person will first get certified or recommended for medical marijuana by a certified physician. And that physician will sort of talk to the patient about their qualifying conditions, their underlying symptoms, and how they might go about treating with cannabis. And they will give them a certification. That certification is used by the patient to register on the same New York State Department of Health site. You will find a link for registering as a patient. And so you will fill in the little blanks, the little boxes that are offered on the website, and you will register as a patient. Immediately you will be issued a temporary card, and then a permanent card arrives in the mail about 5 to 7 days later. But with that temporary card, you are more than welcome to come to the dispensary and choose from the products that are offered, along with your certification. That's all you need as a patient. It may seem cumbersome, but if you look at it on a case basis, let's say you wake up on a Monday morning, you log on to the website, the New York State website, and you'll find that list of certifying physicians, which is organized by county. And so you'll say, oh, I live in the Bronx, so I'm going to look up Bronx County. Oh, I see there are 10 physicians in my county. You might call, say, 5 of them and get a sense of how much they charge for their certifications. As with any moment like this one, not all doctors treat it the same way. So we recommend that you do a little bit of research, maybe call a handful of physicians and find out what they cost and find out how long they will certify a patient for. A certification, the department asks for no more than 12 months. But up until 12 months, a doctor can choose as long or as short as they'd like. And so you should compare and contrast between physicians and what they offer. So once you arrive on the doctor that you'd like to go see, you'll go visit that doctor. They'll provide you with the certification. You'll log back into the New York State website and you will register as a patient. That immediately will provide you with the temporary card. So let's say you began this process at 9. It's entirely feasible that if the physician is available for a telemedicine call, which most physicians today with COVID are not doing in-person visits, they're doing telemedicine. If that call is available, let's say within the morning, then you might schedule that call for, let's say, 10:30 in the morning, and your physician appointment might wrap up at 11. You'll have your certification provided. You'll register with the Department of Health. You'll have your temporary ID issued immediately, and you might come to our dispensary as early as noon that very same day. So that whole process can take a matter of hours, and you can have your medicine in hand, by lunchtime. That's sort of one example that we offer in terms of potential outcome. Oftentimes it takes patients a few days to organize all those steps. So I really present that as a spectrum of opportunity. You can either get it done right away, or you might take a few days if there's no rush. But for patients who are experiencing more acute symptoms or more serious conditions, it's nice to know that you can get that part of your medical care taken care of in a sooner time frame, a quicker time frame. So I don't know, Richard, does that cover the bases from what you were sort of thinking about in terms of my time? I'm not sure how much time I have left for my window.
Oh yeah, excellent. But one thing we were looking for the show and tell.
Oh, with the product. Forgive me.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry. I forgot about the dummy product. You know what? I do not have access to that today. I have access to, actually, that's not true. I have access to, just one moment, please.
Sure.
I have access to, no cartridge. Yeah, we do not have any, unfortunately, my dear, we do not have any access to the show and tell as we might normally have. I do have one little dummy lozenge, which is the honey lozenge that we had talked about. This one's a little melted because it's been in my drawer. But that's how your lozenge will be presented. In the other cases, I'm going to have to ask our participants to use their imagination. A gel cap is just what it sounds like. It's just like any other gel cap you would ingest, like an Advil or so on. A vape, imagine it being like a little pencil in shape, and there's a battery that attaches to a cartridge with oil. And so that is how a vape would be utilized. The powder is just like any other powder you might use, let's say a Metamucil or something like that, which is a fine sort of sandy-like powder. You use about 1/8 of a teaspoon for your dosage. The oral spray comes in a little, like a Banaka Blast hat, a little canister that you would push down and spray. And then lastly, the tincture is in a bottle with a dropper. And you might think of that in terms of more like a supplement would be offered. Or if, for example, anyone uses essential oils, you would have the same experience with a very small dropper in a bottle. And the drop would be able to come out that way. So that would have to be a descriptive show and tell, I'm afraid. An imaginative show and tell.
Okay, well, we do have one comment so far in the chat room. And someone is asking, do you have any idea of the cost of your products or the cost?
Oh, yes. Yes, I can definitely touch on that. And also, by the way, I neglected a big, an application that is a really important one because it's most valued by our customers and certainly by, I would say, the greater patient population, which is ground flower for vape. We're currently out of stock on it and have been for a couple of months, unfortunately, due to a number of differing factors, including demand at the lab level. The recent COVID spike really started, I think, earlier than we're getting the reporting on. And we noticed that there's been a real backup at our statewide lab that we use, that we're mandated to use for testing. That backup started about 2 months ago. We understand it's twofold. It's because I think manpower was moved from different parts of the lab over to the COVID testing because of the need. And then also we understand that there's been a breakdown in one of the testing machinery. Well, there's 2 big machines up there in the cannabis section of the lab, and one of them unfortunately is broken, and they're working on fixing it, but that has backed up everybody. So anyhow, our ground flower for vape is a very popular product. What it is think of a typical flower in other states. New York State is, as you probably are aware, a very regulated, highly regulated state, very, very protective in terms of medical marijuana. And so the Department of Health has concluded that combustion, in their opinion, is not a healthy way to ingest cannabis. And so what they have agreed to is that you can vape the flower. But in order to vape the flower, you have to treat it in a special way. You have to dry it so that the oil doesn't coagulate and block, cause blockage in your vaping. And in addition, the Department of Health is very cautious about what is called microbial bacteria. Any organic matter that you can think of is going to come with it a certain natural amount of bacteria and other like organisms that are not fungus, that are not poisonous, and that are usually in no way harmful to you, but the Department of Health wants to err on super safe. And so as a result, it's taken a while for the registered organizations to come up with a formulation that is both enjoyable aesthetically to the patient, but at the same time meets the criteria for the regulation. And so we have come up with that product, but it's a little bit unusual. The ground flower looks more like what most folks in recreational markets would consider shake. It's very, very finely ground. It's not sort of in that flower form that you would expect to see, or nugget form as most people refer to it as. So we take our ground flower and we pre-package it in these little silver-like pods. Those pods are used in the vape device. And then we sell a refill. And that refill can be used to refill those pods. And that application, like I said, is unfortunately out of stock at the moment, but we expect to have back, we hope by the end of this month, certainly into December. And that's a very important point, because that's the more manageable. I'm going to start with the flower for price point. It's a very reasonable price point at $25 for 5 prepackaged pods, which is about about a gram. And then our refills, which are roughly 3.5 grams or 1/8 of an ounce, usually sell for about $55. The Department of Health likes us to refer really to the milligram content, the THC and CBD content, when we talk about our product. So I'll also say that the pods are 230 milligrams of combined THC and CBD, and the refills are a total of 750 milligrams. And again, our ground flower for today comes only in the high THC, low CBD formulation that we call Forte. But the Forte, we are going to be expanding into the 1-to-1 formulation very soon, and also in the high CBD. That will come, we hope, within a year or so, a high CBD. But I think the 1-to-1 formulation will come sooner, the hybrid. Our price point on the other products varies. I think we'll start, again, with the most rather financially reasonable prices. Our lozenges are $2 a lozenge, so you can buy them in packs of 5 for $10 or in packages of 20 for $40. The oral spray in our formulations where it's offered is $105. We offer it in all the formulations. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, with the exception of our high CBD, which is a little bit more expensive at $130. And you do see a difference in price point when you consider the different formulations for 2 reasons. Number one, CBD is a longer cultivated. It usually takes longer for the high CBD strains to grow and then for us to cultivate. So those can sometimes come in at a higher price point because they're just harder for us to obtain. Then the THC, or the folks consider it a sativa blend, which grows very, very rapidly. The capsules that we offer would be probably the next bump up in terms of cost efficiency. They are $4 a capsule. So for 15, you're looking at roughly $55, and then at, $60, and then at 30, you're looking at $120. And then the price points vary a little bit by about $5 each in terms of each formulation. And then the most expensive you're going to find, I think, is the tincture and the vaporizer. They are just the most expensive to produce for both the purposes that they are the most highest. The oil concentration in our tincture, we do blend it with a little MCT oil to get it to move through the dropper. And then with our cartridges, it's just pure cannabis oil. Tincture is priced at anywhere ranging from $60 for a small, which is 175 milligrams combined THC and CBD. And then it goes as high as the regular size tincture, which is about 165 for both our high THC and our 1-to-1. And then the vape ranges in price from, and actually our vape prices have just come down. So it falls in between the tincture and the lozenge and powder formulations in terms of price cost. The vapes start at $50 for a small or 250 milligram vape, and then go as high as $140 for 850 milligrams, what we call the XL, which is more based on wholesale pricing. So I hope that was helpful, because that, I think.
Thank you, Martha. We do have someone who just chimed into the chat room.
Oh, yes, it is. Sorry. Our dispensary is Etain. Women-owned, family-owned. We have 4 locations in the state. One in New York City, one in Yonkers, one in Kingston, and one in Syracuse.
Okay. Please write that information into the chat room.
Sure. So I'll type in Etain. Well, why don't I do that after I finish?
Sure. Yeah. Definitely after you finish. We can leave you live after you finish. But thank you once again, Martha. Wealth of information. You know, a lot of us here in New York, and of course in other states across the country, still need that education on exactly what we need to do in order to obtain optimum health, as we say it, optimum health here. But once again, Martha, thank you once again. Happy 420.
Such a pleasure, Richard. Always such a pleasure to work with you.
I'm sorry, another question came in. Where in New York City?
We're at 242 East 58th Street, which is between 2nd and 3rd.
Excellent. Excellent. 242 West 58th
Street. The
Street.
closest train would be the 59th Street station, the 456. And then, of course, you have buses that go up and down Lex, 2nd, 3rd.
Excellent. Once again, Martha, thank you. If you can put that information to the chat room.
I sure will.
And just a wealth of information. We just love to have you on. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
All right, so let's keep on moving forward. We're going to bring on some great speakers who are going to be talking to us about chronic care throughout the cannabis industry. And we're happy to have 2 speakers who are going to come to us this morning. The first one is going to be Dr. Paloma Leffeld, and she serves currently as the Director of Medical Education and Medical Science and Patient Liaison at Varial Health. We're going to be happy to hear from her in just a few short moments. And following her, we have the CEO and founder of Hampton's MediSpa, in the form of Elizabeth Kramer Ernst. She's going to come on following Dr. Paloma. And once again, we're so happy to have these 2 folks here. And once again, happy 420. Dr. Paloma, we are honored to have you here today. Please take it away.
Hey, Richard. It's really a pleasure to be here, and what a pleasure to follow Martha. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and share some slides, just because right now we are in a pandemic on top of a pandemic, and that's with mental illness, and I really want to bring some light to that. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Again, shout out to everybody else participating today. I've had the great pleasure of meeting so many of these women in person: Shira Adler, Lynn Parodnik, Martha McDermott, and really excited to give this talk today. I chose this beautiful star background because it does look like neurotransmitters in the nervous system, which is why I wake up in the morning and do this. I am a physician by training and a neuroscientist. I worked in a bunch of labs before coming into the cannabis industry, and it's really my passion to teach other physicians who weren't taught about cannabis in medical school, and to teach patients how to educate their physicians. So I've included a lot of studies today. You can take a screenshot. If you want, you can reach out to me directly and I'll share my slides with you. But these are evidence-based medicine studies that show that cannabis really helps a lot of these mental health conditions. And the reason that I'm talking about this today is that, like I mentioned, there's a pandemic on top of a pandemic. There was just a study that was put out this month in the Lancet of Psychiatry showing, and it analyzed about 69 million electronic health records. It showed that 62,000 COVID cases. 1 out of 5 of those survivors of COVID cases developed a new mental illness. This includes depression and anxiety. So again, this is another pandemic that we're seeing today. And physicians no longer have the medications to treat a lot of these psychiatric conditions. A lot of the pharmaceutical medications used to treat these ailments provide a whole bevy of a new onset of side effects. And we're really doing our patients a disservice by not knowing about the endocannabinoid system, about these changes that occur in these disease processes and so on. And being part of Vireo Health, which is a physician-led company, it is of the utmost importance to educate our legislators, to educate our patients, and to educate our fellow physicians about this today and 10 years ago. And just a reminder that medical cannabis is not new at all. It was listed in the US Pharmacopoeia, which is basically the Bible of medications out there, in the 1850s. And unfortunately, because of the so-called war on drugs in the early 1900s, which disproportionately affected Black and Brown communities in the United States, cannabis was removed from the US Pharmacopoeia and was placed as a Schedule I drug, as it remains today in 2020, making it federally illegal, almost impossible to research, and not accessible to patients who need it most. So just a brief review about, by the end of this, you all are going to become neuroscientists. We're going to go over neurotransmission and how it occurs in the endocannabinoid system. Just to break it down, what happens with how neurons communicate with us. It's like a game of telephone. You know, if you remember in elementary school, one person talks to the other person with a secret, and you go down the line that way. In the endocannabinoid system, you go, instead of going from person A to person B, it reverses, and you communicate from person B to person A. And that allows for the endocannabinoid system to slow down that communication, which is incredibly important in some of these diseases. Again, here where all of our receptors that bind, that communicate with endocannabinoids or phytocannabinoids, also known as cannabis-based medicine, are in our brain. Again, here are some other brain cells. We have the astrocyte, which is a star-shaped cell, which is responsible for homeostasis in our nervous system. I wore this shirt. You can see the stars on my shirt that represent astrocytes. But again, we have these receptors on all of these different cells in our brains, which are responsible for a lot of these mental health chronic diseases that we're facing and the new onset of diseases that we're facing throughout the pandemic. So I'm going to cover today PTSD, anxiety, as well as psychosis and schizophrenia. And again, take pictures of these studies, do a screenshot, and hit me up if you want the actual article. I love sharing and talking anything cannabis. So PTSD is a trauma-related illness. It's one of the epidemics in the United States, and it is very prevalent in our veterans community. There are many different structures in the brain that are involved in PTSD and involved in this fear and stress response, including in purple our prefrontal cortex, which is located right here. The prefrontal cortex is what makes us human. It's responsible for higher thought processing or inhibition of some of those urges that we might not want to act on. And it connects to a little structure in red right there known as the amygdala. The amygdala, it translated in Latin, literally means almond. It's an almond-shaped brain structure. It's very small, but it has a huge responsibility in our nervous system. It's responsible for our fear response, our fight or flight response that we experience when we're under stress. And in disease processes such as PTSD, the connection between our prefrontal cortex and our amygdala, it's disoriented and not how we want it to be functioning. And why that's important for today is that we have a high volume of endocannabinoid receptors in both our prefrontal cortex and our amygdala. The third area involved in PTSD is our hippocampus, which is this squiggly line. I can't point, but it's responsible for memory. And as we know, PTSD patients have a lot of flashbacks of really debilitating trauma. And again, there's a high concentration of endocannabinoid receptors in our hippocampus. So this is the first study. This is a fancy way for just saying this is the difference between people's brains with PTSD in the endocannabinoid system compared to those who do not have PTSD. So in this study, there were 3 groups. There was a group of PTSD patients, a group of trauma patients without the diagnosis of PTSD, and then a control group. And they studied this with a brain imaging scan known as a PET scan. And what they found was that there are more CB1 receptors in these brain areas and lower levels of anandamide. Anandamide is one of our endocannabinoid systems that binds to our cannabinoid receptors. And it translates to Sanskrit for the word bliss. It's literally the bliss molecule. So there was a lower level of the bliss molecule in patients with PTSD. And you can see that right here on the screen. You don't have to be a neuroscientist to see that there's a huge difference in these brain structures. Again, the red showing the higher density of our endocannabinoid receptors and how greatly that differs in PTSD patients compared to the trauma control and the healthy control groups. You can see around the circumference of the brain, those are our lobes, the prefrontal cortex there. And then the little dots are some of our structures that I mentioned earlier, like the amygdala. And again, there is a higher level of our cannabis receptors in these areas. And why is that? So we have the higher cannabis receptors, which is CB1, and a low level of anandamide. And that's because of a compensatory mechanism. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? And that's a deficiency of anandamide. And I like to bring, I like to tell a story about how this is analogous. It's the same thing. If you're on a deserted island and there are 10 hunters and the food is incredibly scarce, there's only one food source, you wouldn't just send out one of your hunters to find that food source. You'd send out all of them. And that's exactly what happens in the brain. You're sending out all your hunters or the receptors to go and find that anandamide. And you see that in the PET scan that I showed earlier. So there's some fun neuroscience for you. I promise you're all going to be neuroscientists by the end of this. Here's another great study that just came out this year that I'd love to share with physicians and psychiatrists and people that don't necessarily understand cannabis and how it affects mental health. And this is a peer-reviewed journal article. And what they found, they studied over 400 patients. They found that inhaled cannabis and PTSD patients reduced their symptoms by more than 50%. This is truly an amazing study. Again, it just came out this year. And it showed that in all of these different symptoms, before and after using cannabis-based medicine, they showed a significant decrease in intrusions, flashbacks, irritability, all these really intrusive symptoms that interfere with all these people's lives. Again, this is going to be coming up more and more as we see the aftermath of so many people affected by COVID. Again, application for cannabis-based medicine. PTSD has a problem, has a dysfunction with retrieving memories, with remembering things correctly and having this traumatic flashbacks. If you experience a traumatic event, the last thing you want to do is have to relive that over and over and over again. And when you activate our cannabis receptor in our brain, it impairs that retrieval of that horrible memory, so you don't have to experience it as much again. And that's what the research shows that I just shared with you all. So now to get into anxiety, again, another epidemic in the United States. We're seeing an uptick in anxiety cases as COVID spreads across our nation and becomes more prevalent. Anxiety, it's normal to feel anxious, you know, when you're giving public speaking, but these are truly symptoms that interfere with people's daily lives. And the good news is that you can see from this graph is that more people are understanding that cannabis is a great adjunct therapy or replacement therapy for so many of these pharmaceuticals that are used today to treat anxiety. So that's the great news there. Again, this overly complicated diagram is just showing again that anxiety is a biological process that occurs in our brain. It's not in your head. You're not being dramatic when you experience these symptoms. This is truly a disconnect between different parts of the brain. And again, luckily, all of these structures in the brain that are involved in the anxiety process contain cannabinoid receptors and have the ability to be affected by our own endocannabinoids as well as cannabis-based medicine. So here's a great other study. This is cannabidiol, which is the non-intoxicating component of cannabis-based medicine. And they studied a group of participants to show how cannabis affected their anxiety. We know that cannabis can work on the same receptors and the same neurotransmitters as some of our pharmacological agents that are used to treat anxiety, such as SSRIs. SSRI stands for selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but cannabis also affects serotonin. So it's a much gentler way that it can increase the serotonin in our brains compared to traditional SSRIs without the side effects. So again, this is an observational study. It's studying sleep and anxiety, but for the purpose of this talk specifically, we're going to focus on anxiety. So 41 patients remained on CBD, and they were tracked for 3 months, and the results were truly amazing. Take a look at this. The second column, this is the HAM-A, which is a Hamilton Anxiety Scale, and you can see a decrease from our baseline of 23.87, which is a high rating, and you can see it stepwise decreasing as the months go. And why is this important? It's not just an immediate effect. This is an effect that occurs and sustains over time. And this is amazing. You can see that there's a difference in this graph between the patients that were not treated with cannabidiol, CBD. So again, another study that shows that cannabidiol works wonders on anxiety. As I mentioned earlier, this is how pharmaceutical people and pharmacologists and doctors look at how medication affects our neurons and our neurotransmitters, which are our messages between them. And again, a serotonin inhibitor, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, increases the serotonin that is available in our brains. But guess what? Cannabis does the same thing in a different mechanism. And so it adds that serotonin that's depleted in some of these disease processes, in PTSD, in depression, and in anxiety in a much gentler way. It acts as something called, a fancy name is called an allosteric activator or agonist. And what that means is that CBD works on serotonin and activates it in a different way. Truly amazing. This is just some more information if anyone's interested. I don't like wordy slides. I think it's so much more fun to just look at pictures all day. Last but certainly not least that I wanted to go over today is psychosis. And psychosis is not necessarily schizophrenia. There are many different reasons why people become psychotic, including biology, family history, as well as dementia. And this is also something that isn't a qualifying condition in many of the states where medical cannabis is legal. But again, that's because that there isn't enough research out there to really show it. When we talk about the criteria for schizophrenic definition, Hollywood kind of portrays schizophrenia as people having delusions, hallucinations. Those are called the positive symptoms. And yes, those are present in schizophrenic patients, but there are also negative symptoms that we don't talk about as much. This is a very flat affect, a monotone voice, and sometimes in very severe cases, patients can be catatonic or not moving. And what traditional antipsychotics do is that they're able to treat these positive symptoms the delusions and the hallucinations, but don't really do a good job of treating the negative symptoms. So, and unlike our other two disease processes, which we spoke about having to do with serotonin, this has to do with dopamine. Psychosis has to do with dopamine, and a lot of these traditional psychotics block the dopamine receptors. So this study, let's get into it, shows how CBD compares to a traditional antipsychotic in patients who are experiencing psychotic symptoms. And they had, and the drug name is amisulpride. And again, these traditional antipsychotics only work on a group of the symptoms, and they have horrible, horrible side effects. So this studied 33 patients over 4 weeks, and they had CBD treatment group and an amisulpride treated group. And what they found was that CBD and amisulpride had similar effects on psychotic symptoms in these patients. You can see this stepwise down progression, and they look pretty much the same. And again, this is an incredibly high dose of CBD. It's about 800 milligrams. But and compared to 800 milligrams of amisulpride, and you see a stepwise decrease. The one that I really want you to focus on is chart C in the lower left-hand corner. And you can see that in red, CBD actually works better than amisulpride at decreasing the negative symptoms associated with schizophrenia. Again, this is a chart that shows the side effects associated with the traditional antipsychotic compared to CBD. And you can see that CBD does a much better job. It's lower at having these symptoms. A huge one that patients complain about is weight gain. The antipsychotics really cause patients to become obese in a lot of cases, unfortunately, and CBD just does not have the same effect. And that brings us to the end. I just want to say that in order to bring cannabis back into all of our mental health care professionals, all of our physicians, it's incredibly imperative to research these conditions, to research how cannabis affects them. At Vireo Health, we are dedicated to performing high quality research. We run an NIH grant, a $3.8 million grant dealing with chronic pain and opioids, opioid reduction through Montefiore with Dr. Chinazo Cunningham. And we are just, trying to bridge that gap that has been broken for so many years because of horrible legislation brought on by the so-called war on drugs, and bringing it back to every med school. Only 13% of medical schools teach about cannabis. When I was in medical school, I was taught about it as a drug of abuse, what to see in the emergency room, in the same category as drugs like cocaine, heroin, and it's truly deplorable. And this is the way to stop it: education. So thank you so much, Richard, for having me today.
It's you said we will not become neurosurgeons today, or but I've learned so much, and there are so many out there who have learned so much as well. Looking at some of the comments on the Facebook Live, and it's just incredible the information that you just gave us. One person in the chat room here would love to get a copy of your slide presentation. It's probably work that you probably keep private, but is there a way that folks could actually receive a portion of your slide presentation?
I will never keep this private. This should everybody should know this. Richard, I'll send you a PDF version, and you can share with whoever you want.
Thank you.
I encourage everyone to share it with everybody you come across.
Great. And also coming across on the Facebook Live, is there a way you can put your information into the chat room, your general information, and also just say it to us once again? Give us a little where we can find you, if it's social media or.
Sure, I would love to. Follow on social media. I am Dr. spelled out DOCTOR _Paloma. And I am the Director of Medical Education at Vireo Health. We are a physician-led, physician-founded company. So all of the doctors at Vireo, we do up-to-date education, up-to-date research. So follow all of us. You can see information about our products at www.vireohealth.com. You can see it in my background. I'm trying to highlight it, VIREO, and please reach out. We love to talk and share all of the information we have, because if we don't, we're going to be right where we are in 10 years. And it's imperative that we educate our legislators, educate our physicians, break this stigma, and get cannabis back in everybody's medicine cabinets in the United States.
Excellent. Are there any other questions in the chat room? Yes, we have one question that came through a person. They just let us know that they are unfortunately suffering from Lyme disease. And they found some things that could be possibly here helping, with their life with Lyme disease. And they just want to express their thanks to some of the information you just shared.
Thank you so much. And, my heart goes out to you. Chronic conditions put a burden on you on an everyday basis. I really hope that you can find some information that helps you today. Reach out to me.
Thank you once again, Doctor. And let's switch over to another person we are so happy to have on this webinar today. She is the CEO of the Hamptons Medi-Spa, and we're so glad to have her this morning. I would like to bring on right now the one and only Liz Kramer-Ernst, and she's going to tell us all about her company at Hamptons Medi-Spa, and also some of the great things that she's doing with cannabis treatment in our community. So Liz, great to have you. Happy 420. Let's see. All right, do you have your microphone and camera ready, or let's see. Let me check with the tech crew. I believe they gave you the ability.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Happy 420 and 1120. Thank you, Dr. Paloma, for your passion and educating us about the endocannabinoid system and the history of cannabis. New York State here has had medical cannabis now for 4 years. I've been doing it for 4 years. I think they've had it for 5 years. I'm the #1 medical marijuana provider in New York State. I'm a nurse practitioner. I have Hamptons Medi-Spa. It's a video visit, telemedicine website where patients come to get their cards for New York State. I'm the #1 practitioner as far as I know. I've done 10,000 certifications. All of my patients are 90 to 100% better. And we do proprietary dosing, and I practice concierge style medicine because I think it's really important to get the dosing right with medical cannabis. And when we do, all of my patients are 90 to 100% symptom free. The program here started with, limited products, vapor, tincture, capsule, but we were able to get our patients 90 to 100% symptom-free with vapor, tincture, capsule for the first couple of years. Then they expanded it to include creams and lotions. We have gummies and mints. We have sprays. We have flower concentrates, edibles. And I'm going to go over the products. I'm going to go over the program, explain to people a little bit of the background of the program, and it's sort of what I tell every patient because I think it's important to know. And like Dr. Paloma talks about, a lot of people don't know about it. A lot of practitioners don't know about it, don't know how the program works, or might not know how to dose patients properly. And like Dr. Paloma said, people went to school for other things. They don't teach it. A doctor has, a practice that's doing something else. And it takes a little bit of art and science to fine tune, but if your patient is 90 to 100% symptom free and they're better and they don't need other medications and they don't need you, they're not coming back that much and they're doing pretty well. Any practitioners out there that might be watching, you can speak to the dispensaries or the registered organizations like Dr. Paloma with Vireo, and they have a lot of educational material that you can learn more. So medical cannabis has been available here in New York for 4 years. I've been doing it. All the medical cannabis is clean. It's not sprayed. It's organic. It's lot numbered and registered. Marta from Etain was just on. Everything grown in New York, everything sold in New York is grown in New York. Very strict process. And I would say I did pediatrics for 30 years, and it's as safe as vaccines. And I calculated months ago, I think my patients had something like 20 million doses they had taken, and nobody's had a problem. So it's clean, it's not sprayed, it's organic, it's lot numbered and registered. It's tested in Wadsworth Medical Lab in Albany to make sure it's free of impurities like bacteria, viruses, and mold. So it is exactly what I write for you, which is pharmaceutical grade THC and CBD in a ratio, and we go up and down on either side of the equation to titrate the dose for you. THC is excellent for pain. It's uplifting. It's good for mood. It's good for focus. It's good to lift the spirits, but too much of it will make you high. CBD is calming. It's anti-inflammatory. It's good for chill. It's good for relaxation, but too much of it will bring you down. We like to use them together. They have what's called an entourage or synergistic effect. They help each other get into the brain and the body and the neurological system. And a product that has both of them in it is far superior to anything that only has one of them in it, so we like to use them together. In the 1980s, the endocannabinoid system was discovered. And like Dr. Paloma talked about, the receptors are in the brain, the spinal column, the neurological system, the intestines. It's an adaptogen. It works on 14 different body systems. So anything, a product that has both of them in it is far superior to anything that only has one of them in it. I use it for back pain, neck pain, pinched nerve, slip disc, neuropathy, spasticity. It's good for movement disorders like Parkinson's and seizures. I'm using it for PTSD, anxiety, depression, ADD, OCD, autism, Alzheimer, dementia, migraines. With all the receptors in the bowel, it's good for diverticulitis, colitis, irritable bowel, and Crohn's disease. I do want to talk a little bit about mental health, like Dr. Paloma talked about. We are in a medical crisis and a mental health crisis. I am seeing lots of people who need it. It's a great emotional equalizer. I have a postdoctorate in psychopharmacology from Columbia University. When 2012 happened in Sandy Hook, I wanted to go back to school to help people, and I was doing pediatrics. I have 30 years experience in pediatrics here in the Hamptons. So for years, I was writing scripts for psych and mood and sleep and focus and anxiety and ADD and OCD and all of that, and depression. I'm on the other side of the fence using only cannabis. Patients come to me self-medicating, psychiatrists send me patients, pain doctors send me patients, obstetricians send me pregnant and breastfeeding mommies who need it. I have babies and infants and children on it for seizures and cancer. But back to, the mood and the pandemic, it's a great emotional equalizer. It helps slow down those swings of the pendulum. It keeps your mood in a good place, lines up your emotional houses. Of course, it gets rid of pain, but it really helps with that wrecking ball that's going to come at you every day and knock you off your track. COVID is something we have to think our way out of, and when your anxiety is through the roof, it's really hard to think your way out of it. So to bring the anxiety down and quiet PTSD, like Dr. Paloma talks about, PTSD lodges in the prefrontal cortex, and cannabis binds there with those receptors to extinguish those memories, makes them the same level as other memories so you can process them, and it binds in the amygdala, like she said. That's your fight or flight, your endless loop tape of anxiety and chatter that doesn't shut up. It calms it down so critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and your intellect can take over. So that's why I like to use cannabis balanced through the day and night, 24/7. I dose all of my patients that way. We don't want peaks and valleys. We don't want to be chasing symptoms. We just want a nice steady state of symptom relief. So I use around the clock dosing. I balance it out, and it's working really well for lots of people. So if you're thinking about it, that you're stressed, you're anxious, you're having difficulty sleeping, you're having physical symptoms, cannabis takes care of all of that. And the nice part about it is I can give it to you for your arthritis and you realize you're sleeping better. I can give it to you for PTSD and you realize your IBS went away. So like I said, it's an adaptogen. It works on 14 different body systems. So, whether you have chronic pain, that's super easy. Sprinkle a couple of milligrams of THC on the receptors, gets rid of it. CBD is excellent for the swelling, the inflammation. So using it together for chronic pain, it's a home run. I rarely use one without the other. And it's all about balancing and getting it right. I have a lot of kids that are not doing well right now. I would say in the last 2 weeks, I saw about 6 kids, which is a lot. In September, we started a delayed start. Everybody went back. October, we were seeing how kids were doing. And the last couple of weeks, unfortunately, kids with special needs, kids with super intellect, the highly analytical ones are having a hard time because they're seeing where all of this is going. So kids are stressed. You know, school was a safe place because protocols were being followed, but I'm here in the Hamptons today, in Hampton Bays. I hear that our school rate is 6.5%. There's hotspots all over. Schools are closing. Kids need help. There are mental health workers throughout our community. Reach out to me. I can put you in touch with somebody. We talk to each other. We know about the resources. But more importantly, cannabis treats all of these problems. The script that I write is good for the year. Your doctor might choose to write it for a shorter amount of time. They might have specific dosing they want you to use. Dispensaries have pharmacists there. They are helpful. I like to dose my own patients and comes in various methods. So I'm going to go over some of the methods because I have some stuff here. And there's from all the different dispensaries because I'm an equal opportunity shopper. Columbia Care, 1-to-1 capsules, they're on sale. I like them as my baseline. Also, I know Marta talked about the Forte lozenges from Etain. A lot of my patients like them. They're 10 milligrams. Happen to have them here. They're these beautiful honey lozenge. They're 10 milligrams, so if you're a newbie, you don't start with 10. Your doctor will talk to you about starting at a lower milligram, but this is nice for breakthrough. We use vape pens all the time for breakthrough. They're portable, they're discreet, they're fast acting. Here we have a Curaleaf vape pen. Shout out to Lock and Key, my CBD guru. The pen, for those who don't know or might be curious, is a cartridge of oil on the battery. The battery has a button. The button has a thermostat. When you press it, you're heating or aerosolizing the oil. You're changing it from an oil to a vapor. So as it passes the lips and the mouth, it gets absorbed into the mucosa that way. It's portable, it's discreet, it's fast acting, just doesn't last very long. And you can get it in many different forms. This is kind of helps steer your mood. You want something that's more uplifting, you want something that's more calming, you want something that's neutral. That's what the vape is for. Capsules, tincture. So tincture is can be an oil, it can be an alcohol based, it's a liquid in a dropper. I'll just show you my tinctures. These are CBD full extraction hemp oil, but a tincture works by putting it under the tongue and you hold it there 20 seconds if you can. There's large veins that just take it right into the blood system. So it moves very quickly this way under the tongue. It lasts 4 or 5 hours. The capsules take an hour or 2 to kick in, but they last 6 to 8 hours. The vape, 90 seconds, but only lasts an hour or 2. Gummies, these kind of things, they're nice because when you vape, the vape is actually getting absorbed in the mouth. As it passes the lips and the mucosa, it gets absorbed into the bloodstream that way. You don't even have to inhale it technically. I can give it to patients with, lung lesions and lung cancer because the absorption is happening in the mouth. So some people steer away from this because they don't like it because they think it's like smoking, but it's vapor. And this gets absorbed in the mouth also. So when you're using something in place of the vape, you want to be discreet. You somewhere you can't vape or you don't want to vape, you can pop them into a gummy. They're short acting and I use them for breakthrough. So there's oral sprays. We have creams and lotions. I have a little dispensary in Hampton Bays. We have some beautiful CBD creams that people like to use. We have even CBD soap. And it's really nice because it takes the place of scrub, it takes the place of a moisturizer, it gets rid of that ashy, crepey skin. And a lot of patients find relief with CBD creams. I made this for eczema, but it turned out gave it to patients. It was good, of course, for pain and inflammation, but it turns out it was excellent for shingles, neuropathy, all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of different ways that you can use cannabis. I think I showed you a little bit of everything. And your practitioner should help you, fine tune your coverage. We do a lot of that here. I have an RN, I have a navigator. We really try to help people even though you don't see us. We're doing telemedicine. If you come to my website, you'll read the story how my mother was a quadriplegic at 79 through her early 80s, and we got her up and walking before she passed. But telemedicine can reach anybody anywhere. If you're in an urban area and you're underserved, if you're in a rural area and you're underserved, if you're suburban stuck in COVID, in a pandemic, and you're hibernating, in quarantine in exurbia here in the Hamptons, you could also have access to a practitioner. So that's why I made telemedicine. I see my patients on a video visit. They fill out all their paperwork, just like you would in a regular office. I'm called to the screen. We'll see you, get you done. Card is instant now. A couple years ago, you had to wait a while. You're going to go to the state site, get your card. It pops right up. You can screenshot it or print it out with the certificate from us. You get into a call with the pharmacist. The first time you go to the dispensary, there's New York State laws, you do need to speak to a pharmacist. They're going to answer your questions, pack up your medication, tell you how to come get it and pay for it. And then after that, you can just order and pick up. You can go to any dispensary you like. They're going to try and flesh out the program with more edibles, more concentrates, more flour. We just had a big flour debacle. Had to be ground fine, and it's back in, I don't want to name names. Hopefully it's back in all the dispensaries, the ones that had it before. So lots of new things coming through the pike. Like I mentioned, I did pediatrics. I need more products for kids, end of life. We need more products to help get it into people who can't swallow, or, I think there's suppositories out there right now too. The pharmacists are excellent. They can work with you to tell you how to make suppositories. They can tell you how to get a specific product maybe at a different dispensary. They all are starting to sell for each other, which is nice to get a good variety of products throughout the state and not just pockets here and there. So Hamptons MediSpa, you can log on at any time, www.hamptonsmedispa.com. And if you're in Hampton Bay, stop by Hampton the Hamptons. We have a little dispensary for CBD products, and I made it because I've been making for babies and infants and children since the beginning, because when it first came out, it was like $1 a milligram, and it was super expensive. It's much more affordable now. I heard Etain talking about they're bringing out some new products, and I make affordable CBD because I don't want people to shortchange them on it because of the price. You need both balanced. Alrighty, thank you.
Liz, that was excellent. It's also, if you can expand a little bit more on some of the things you're doing with children, with the youth, if you can expand on that a little bit more.
Sure. So, I have 30 years experience in pediatrics, and I worked in a rural community, East Hampton, 20 years ago. I had to do some compounding, make meds if I had to, your kid got hit by a car or drowned, it's me, the hospital's not nearby. So a lot of trust came from, being a pediatric person. And I read a lot of research. So the NIH researcher is Dr. Melanie Dreher. She's legendary in cannabis. She's an RN PhD and a National Institute of Health researcher that in the 90s went to Jamaica with a team and did research that showed even 5 years later on follow-up that women who took cannabis during pregnancy and children consistently scored higher even 5 years later on developmental testing. And Dr. Melanie Dreher's research is legendary. There's a lot of studies about exactly how to use it and how much they use. There are some other studies across the board, and there are some things that people are doing in other states. For example, for seizures, if people have heard of Charlotte's Web, Charlotte's the reason why I can do what I do. Charlotte is that beautiful blue-eyed girl that seized, and her parents gave her cannabis, and the videos were across the internet, and they were like medical refugees in Colorado, and they were able to get her the medication, and then people used it, and we saw that it stopped seizures in children. Unfortunately, Charlotte passed from COVID this past spring, but a lot of children come to me for seizures, and we have babies who have brain cancer that we're using it to shrink brain cancer. But for I have some toddlers, 3, 4, 5-year-old kids with autism. Autism is a level of high anxiety, and sometimes, dangerous or destructive behaviors. And when you can calm down the anxiety, the behaviors calm down. Sometimes you get smiles, sometimes you get words. And those are my younger kids. I'm starting to see anxiety in the 8, 9, 10, 11 age group. Also, school gets harder and they need help with focus. I do switch a lot of kids off of, mixed amphetamine salts or controlled substance for ADD and ADHD using only cannabis. They're doing beautifully because when you balance it correctly with just a couple of milligrams, helps calm them down, but it also helps with the focus and the anxiety. I have teenagers who self-medicate with cannabis. Seems like the magic age is like 14. And parents bring them to me so that we can, everybody's self-medicating for a reason. If it's for mood, if it's for focus, if it's for anxiety, if it's for sleep, if it's for IBS, whatever, we try and get those teenagers straight. We always start low and go slow. CBD and THC park on the same receptors. So when you use them together, you use far less of either one of them. So you don't really need too much. And with kids, I always start with CBD. And some kids don't need THC and some kids need a tiny bit of it. But everything is done individually. So I have, kids out in the community from infancy or birth, pregnant and breastfeeding moms need help too, all through childhood and into, early adulthood. And I watch them closely, and we talk all day long. I text with the moms so we can titrate and, get those doses perfect. COVID, the only thing good about COVID is you're home with your kids and we can do this. Usually I can only do it like on a school vacation when I have a chunk of time, but it's nice now when they're home together and get good feedback.
1 sec.
And that's how we do it with kids.
Thank you so much. We are so thankful to have you on board with us today, Dr. Liz. And can I call you Dr. Liz?
Everybody calls me Dr. Liz. This is Dr. Liz's. This is Dr. Liz's bread and butter. Everybody calls me Dr. Liz.
So we're just so thankful. And, please tell us where you're located once again. Where can we find you on social media? Of course, after you finish, please put all your information into the chat room. Quickly, where are you at? Where can we find you?
HamptonsMedispa.com. That's it. Go there. My cell phone's on the landing page. If you have any problems or questions, just text me. I'll walk you through it. It's pretty straightforward. People can even do it. Like if you have an elderly person that you need to do it for, you can become the caregiver and do it with them or for them. I have a lot of people in their 90s, and getting in front of a phone is never gonna, in front of a video is never gonna happen. So we make it as easy as possible. You can get caregiver cards. Children get proxy cards. That you can have, other people can get caregiver cards, so like you can pick up for each other. There's free delivery now. COVID, so this is the deal with delivery. We had delivery, then we didn't have delivery for COVID, and then we did a lot of curbside pickup, which was nice. But you have to keep in mind, we don't have payment processing in cannabis, and you may not be able to go all the way into the dispensary now to get to the cash machine. So when you speak to the pharmacist, when you're going to go, be prepared. You'll need cash when you go there. They have apps or your debit card, but some of them have like a little machine they can bring out. You may not be able to get into a dispensary right now, but you can certainly get your meds. They stayed open and they will stay open, and they will continue to bring out new products.
We all have a little technical difficulty.
That's okay.
Well, thank you once again, Dr. Liz. I'm going to call you Dr. Liz.
Oh,
and
can I say one more thing?
Sure, please. Go ahead. Take your time.
Only because it's important. So I do encourage patients to travel. You can go out of state and get flower concentrates and edibles at a level that we never got to here. We're supposed to get to this soon. And of 10,000 patients, more than half of them are 20 minutes from my house here on the East End. So we tell patients to take the ferry over. You go to Massachusetts, Rhode Island. We show on Instagram and Facebook how to do it. There's cannabis-friendly restaurants and hotels and supporting businesses up there. But if you travel, I like the lockbox. This is from Stash Logic, and I think they're like $50. And there's also Riot Gear has it. It's nice. It has, you know, all the compartments and carbon, so it's stink free. But the best part is it has a lock. When you're traveling with your medical cannabis, get one of these, lock it up. Law enforcement needs a warrant to get into it. Your card protects you, keep your certificate on you. Law enforcement are getting savvy. They know that the date on the front of the card is the day you started your program, so keep the certificate with you. And lock up your medications if you're traveling, even going back and forth to work. It doesn't last long enough to get back and forth. Lock it in the gym, lock it, you know, it's good. It costs money, but this, you know, protects you. That's all I wanted to say.
So that box, you mean if we travel from New York to another state, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, we can put all of our material in that box, and the authorities have no jurisdiction.
Even inside New York State too, we got a bigger one.
Wow.
And you know, some people like to travel with different things. It has compartments, and you can reconfigure it so you can put big things or small things. It's got all this, you know, carbon wrapped stuff inside, so it's stink proof. But the most important thing is it's a lockbox, and yes, you need a warrant to get in it. Protect your medicine.
Excellent. Excellent. Great. So once again, we thank you for, you know, taking time out of your day today to join us on our webinar. And it's a pleasure meeting with you and a pleasure being part of our family. And hey, happy 420.
Happy 420. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
So we're going to move the program along. We did have some of our guest speakers had to, you know, do emergencies and so forth. We have to understand that, you know, our professionals that are part of this webinar have to take care of patient care as well. So we're probably going to do our break, our usually midday break, somewhere around a little bit after 12 o'clock, maybe closer to 12:30. So what we're going to do is move our program along. We're so happy and overjoyed. This is a professional that we've been looking forward to being on our events for quite some time. We're so happy that our schedules match this time around. And I am so happy to bring on board today the one and only Dr. Lynn Parodnik. She is definitely a pioneer and a trailblazer in the cannabis community. We're so thankful for her to be on our webinar today. She's going to tell us about all the great things that she is doing in the industry, especially in healthcare. And so we're just going to let her pace herself, tell us more about herself, what she's doing. And welcome to our webinar, Dr. Lynn. Take it away.
Yeah.
There you are.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good afternoon. It's after 12.
Yeah, like I said, you know, we will finally get it together.
Yeah, we're here. We're all here.
Yeah, we're here, and that's what's most important. So, Dr. Lynn, you know, we understand, you know, there's always been technical difficulties, especially in this new age that we're working with, and we are just so thankful just to make it work. And we also thank you for taking your time out to be with us this now afternoon. And we just want to make things work. So
you and me both. So let's go.
So take your time, pace
Okay.
yourself. Tell us a lot about what you've been doing, especially with working with seniors in the senior community, and how this type of treatment is so important. I mean, so important for lifestyle and for general health. We're going to just let you just take it away. Thank you once again, Dr. Lynn.
Thanks, Richard. Let me just tell you a little bit about myself. Back in the day, I used to do obstetrics and gynecology. I went to New York Medical College, NYU Bellevue, the whole thing. I was with St. Vincent's Hospital and they closed, so we had no place to go, only a lot of paperwork to do. So for me, that was it with medicine. In 2016, they opened the dispensary, so I figured, okay, give it a shot, and here I am. I certified over 1,000 people. I have over 400 active patients that I run annually. And my patients range from age 7 to 97. My 97-year-old is a former Marine who used to arrest people for pot. He has arthritis. He wasn't leaving the house, and he was really, really miserable. And his son was like, oh, try a little gummy, try a little this. And he's like, no, no, this is illegal. We're all going to go to jail. And not only that, we're going to die in jail. So this was a guy who had every obstacle course possible known to man sitting in front of him. But with the help of his son, we were slowly able to get him from a little CBD to a lot of THC, and it works for him. When I say a lot of THC, I mean a very small amount of the stronger substance he works with, and he does really, really well. He's able to leave the house now. He's in a generally good mood instead of being nasty and obnoxious as everybody. And this has really changed his life. I have another woman who has passed. She was in her 80s. She'd had a stroke, not left the house in 7 years. And with a little bit of THC in the morning, it served as a mood elevator. And she got kind of nice. The first time I was there, she called me that bitch. And then I was that lady. And then I became Lady Doctor. But with her, the most important thing was the family felt she became who she used to be. Before she had her pain, before she had her stroke, before she was a sick woman, she was a nice woman. And by working with the medical marijuana, we were really able to get her to be a lot more who she was before she was a sick person. I take care of a number of patients with dementia. Dementia in New York State is not a qualifying condition, but most of them have chronic pain, PTSD. There's something there that we can extract out to make this legal and work for them. Patients with dementia do well with these low doses, working with, in particular, I prefer to work with strains that's not quite available in New York, but working with the higher CBD concentrations, these patients can do really, really well. And it's not only the pot, it's getting the families involved. That's really the key to working with seniors, is having everybody. So I really encourage whole families to come for visits. We sit around the table, we go through what's going on with the senior, and suddenly everybody's kind of paying attention to this person who has a lot of meds and a lot of problems. But by the family getting together and contributing ideas, energy, throwing a little money in the basket for a vape pen, they kind of come together, and all of a sudden the senior's getting a lot of attention and trying to figure things out with family support. So you just see a lot of psychosocial changes within this. So I get to have a blast. I have patients who end up going to Massachusetts, buying things that they know their parents will prefer, but I work with the New York program to start. I think it's really a good way to begin, working with a replicable experience and with pharmacists that I know. It makes it work. And then once people figure it out, families are now taking trips to Massachusetts, Maine, where New Yorkers have reciprocity. Patients are really enjoying that because they have a lot of nice quality products. In Portland, there's a Westin, and my people get to have some fun. I have actually a group who live in Heritage Hills, which is a former senior retirement community. They rent a van and a driver, and they go about once a month on a little Maine excursion, get their stuff, and just have a blast and a half. So seniors aren't easy because there's so much stigma, there's so much resistance. They come in, they're like afraid, uh-oh, this is pot. We're all gonna die if we use this. So part of my job is just saying, okay, this is medicine. We're starting off really low. Nobody's gonna hurt you. You're not gonna fall down. You're not gonna go to Mars. Let's start from the beginning. And if you can kind of make that initial impact that things are safe, it's a whole game changer because they learn to trust you and to trust the products. And it gives them just a much better day. Less agitation, a lot more of, oh, let's leave the house, where these people have been there and not leaving for a really long time. And then I also see with COVID, there's so much more anxiety. Seniors are not getting the services they were. They're not doing their PT. They're not doing their OT. Dietitians are not coming by to say hi. So for them, the isolation is even further compounded. And by having their products, they get a little relief and a much better quality of life than they would without. So, Richard, questions?
Excellent. What is the average age that come to you for your services?
I would say the average age is probably about 62. But I have some young kids with cancer on the spectrum. Cancers being like glioblastoma, I have a few kids, and a bunch of leukemias. So really, it depends on the day. And I open the door. There are times I have no clue who's the patient, because I have this whole little entourage there supporting who the person is. So I work with a lot of seniors, because seniors are the ones who have the time and are able to get here, work with me, and want to make some changes, because things are just not working for them. So many of these people are on a lot of meds. One of my first apologies is that, look, I can't take you off everything and just put you on pot. This is a gradual process. The marijuana alone can take up to 3 months to get straight. And then we can work with your other doctors in removing products or decreasing them. And really, one of the biggest problems is over-medication. Most seniors who walk in the door come with these pill vials and take a lot of stuff, and a lot of it is unnecessary. But I didn't start them on it, so I'm happy to work with their physicians in decreasing doses and eliminating things that they don't need.
So is there really a fear factor that you have to deal with every patient?
Not everyone, but seniors in particular. They were raised with the commercials that this is what will happen to your brain on drugs, that old sizzling fry pan with the eggs. And they kind of believe it. These are people who grew up raising their children, telling them, you can't smoke pot, it's going to make you stupid, and really being upset about their kids having marijuana at home. So I see a real cultural shift now that the parents are a little more open. Their quote children who are in their 50s or 60s want them to do this, want to give it a shot. So they're willing to listen to the kids a little bit, and they're willing to start with CBD. That's like their gateway drug to marijuana. And we start slowly. And I say, well, I think really that THC is what you do need, but I'm willing to go with you. I'm willing to roll. So gradually we shift products, and many times they'll end up with the stronger THC and a smile. So you really can ask for a lot more than that. As long as they're not falling, life is good.
So you have young adults in their 20s and 30s.
Yes.
Bring their parents.
And grandparents.
And grandparents.
Yes.
And they're suggesting to their grandparents, who probably grew up with some knowledge of this in the 60s and the 70s, and saying, granddad, grandma, mama, daddy, this might be the way to go.
Exactly. And with a lot of convincing, not just so simple, let's try this. It's like after they failed, a lot of pain management, steroids aren't working, epidurals aren't working, injections aren't working, and no one knows what to do. So they come on in and we try to figure it out. And actually when the family's involved, it goes much smoother and people are much more positive. They get a lot less frustrated because it becomes a team effort. And that's something that took me a long while to figure out. I used to have people coming in with the AIDS and then going home and really kind of not knowing. But if the whole gang comes in, or I do house calls for people who can't get to me. So if we sit down and go through everything, it makes a lot more sense and it clicks. Otherwise, they tend to orbit a little too much. But if you get people involved with them, it goes smooth, easy, and well. And that's the goal.
Right. I was about to say, so I guess it's more acceptable to have that family approach. You have the whole family encouraging. getting that mental aspect involved as well. So definitely have a support group with your family.
Exactly. And then it's interesting, the little stories that come out. Oh, remember when Frankie was smoking in his room and we made him throw everything away and they told us, oh, that was over $1,000 worth of stuff and we flushed it. So you end up hearing all these really wild stories about the family as they sit around the table learning about medical marijuana. And a lot of these stories, they don't all know. So it gets to be really, really interesting. And people leave with a smile and they feel like maybe there's a little bit of hope. And that's the
Excellent.
ideal. Yeah.
Well, great, Dr. Lynn. What we would like to ask you, obviously, I'm looking to the chat rooms on both ones in front of us and, of course, on the Facebook Live to see if there's any other questions that are outstanding. And we see there's no questions outstanding at the moment, unless someone in the chat room has an immediate question for Dr. Lynn. Okay, if not, Dr. Lynn, if you can put into the chat room when you get a chance, how folks can actually reach you. Are you on social media?
No. I'm really awful with all that stuff. I have a website, lynnporodnik.com, and drlynnporodnik.com. I don't use it too much, but it's there.
Yeah, well, I'm going to put it into the chat room for you. Hold on.
Okay,
let's see.
Thank you.
So this way everyone can have it. And it's Dr. Lynn
Porodnik, RODNECK.com.
Excellent. I just typed it into the chat room.
Thank you.
So this is how everyone can get a hold of you.
Okay.
Great. If there are any other questions out there in the immediate panel room, in the chat room, or I'm looking on the Facebook Live, is there any questions out there? No. Well, great, Dr. Lynn. We thank you once again for coming on and being part of our webinar. And we know this will not be the last time. We're
Promise or a threat? No, only kidding. You have to send me a little techie person. I need a 12-year-old to help.
Well, we're definitely going to send you a tech person out there. We would love to have you back with us in April.
Say when.
We do our Code4.20 event, our annual event in April. So we're definitely helpful for you to, come on out and be a part of us. And I think, hold on, there is a question in the chat room. I think our tech team was just trying to get a hold of us. But there was a question in the chat room. And a shout out to SJW Techs with us. They'll be helping us out today on the tech side. And let's see, because they was just trying to let me know there was a okay, the question that came across, about what types of products, even just the CBD, does you recommend for patients who are nervous about trying CBD before THC?
I prefer to start with tinctures because you can control the dose. Something I think people tend to get stuck with the capsules because that's what they're used to. But I really try to encourage seniors, start with the tincture. We're going to go slow. I tend to work, like if they really don't want to get near any THC, we start with the 19-to-1s and slowly ramp it up. The tinctures are also adding food to a tincture at nighttime, gives it a longer duration of action, so they're able to sleep longer. So the tinctures work in many nice ways. If they want to switch to capsule once they know the dose, that's great. Also, a lot of them just really like the vape pen. A lot of them are former smokers and kind of find, ooh, this is a way I can smoke again and have that whole hand-face connection, and they like it. So that's part of it. They also love edibles. Seniors, I can't tell you how senior women are very happy to pick at a cookie all day and feel good. For them, it's heaven. So I wish New York had a lot more choices because we really need to help our citizens, not just comply with the New York State legislation. Hopefully that'll change so that we can get our patients to have what they want and what they'll utilize.
Another question I have for you, Dr. Lynn. I believe you wrote a book. It was called The ABCs of CBD.
No, that's Shira's book. I wrote the foreword.
You wrote the foreword, right? Okay. Right, you wrote the foreword. Shira's book, I'm so sorry. That was Shira Adler's book. I'm so sorry. I remember now because Shira does, she did have that up. And you wrote the foreword to that book.
Yes, absolutely.
But don't you have a book of yourself that's coming out?
I have a book. I have an agent at William Morris Endeavor, and I have a whole collection of stories about patients. It's the working title is Pot Doctor, A Healer's Journey. So it's my story and then patient stories and their experiences. In 2012, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, did my treatments, remember getting radiated, looking at the ceiling, this really horrific mural of a bad beach and fluorescent lights, and wishing, you know what, there's got to be a better way than this. Now patients can use marijuana before they're hopping on that table and getting zapped. They have their stuff available the night before you get your scans. Is not a pleasant experience. Before you're going into that meeting knowing, what are we doing next? Do I need more chemo? Do I need to go back for more surgery? Just to have a little bit of help is really nice. So I kind of missed the boat, but I really encourage my patients, get on that boat now.
Excellent, excellent. So we're going to look around the chat room one more time on both the Facebook Live. And once again, if you are watching us on the Facebook Live, please hit that share button. And if you are listening to us now on the YouTube replay, we also encourage you to hit that share button as well. So any final questions for Dr. Lynn? Is anybody out there? And we're so thankful. There's some folks who your website was just placed into the chat room by our tech team. We thank you once again for SJW Tech, who is helping us out here today. And any other final questions for Dr. Lynn? Oh, someone did write about, I guess it was coming in from the Facebook Live, about aromatherapy, the aromatherapy portion of your treatment.
Okay, I am not an aromatherapist nor acupuncturist or any of that. However, I think aromatherapy is really important. We have this endocannabinoid system. Aromatherapy works on these receptors. So part of my consult is I tell people to take this to the next level. A really nice thing to do for yourself is work with aromatherapy. If you're depressed, that lemon scent will perk you up. If you want to sleep, get the lavender out. Go buy one of those room diffusers, get it loaded, and enjoy it. Take advantage of what nature's provided.
Great. We also have another question that popped in for you, Dr. Lynn. Wow, you're very... the question is, what type of delivery method do you prefer for CBD?
Personally, or you mean for patients? Whatever they want. The whole key with this is what's somebody going to use? It's one thing to go have a consult, buy it, and leave the junk in your drawer. If somebody is like a capsule person and that makes them happy, go for the capsules. Whatever is going to end up in the body is my first choice.
Excellent. Yeah, because when we were speaking about the aromatherapy later on in the webinar, coming up perhaps within the next hour or so, we're going to have Shira Adler. She's going to be on. And Shira can probably expand a little bit more about the aromatherapy portion. And also later on this afternoon, we're going to have Dr. Flora Luyando. Sorry, Dr. Flora Luyando is going to come on, and she's an acupuncturist. So we're also going to save that question for her as well. So once again, we have some other chats coming in. Thanking you, Dr. Lynn, for all the great information that you gave us this afternoon. And once again, we are definitely going to be looking forward for you to come back in April of next year. We're going to take one more quick look at all the chat rooms and make sure that there's nothing that's outstanding. Well, looks like we're good. So Dr. Lynn, once again, thank you for coming on board with us this afternoon.
Well, thanks so much, Richard. It's a great program you're doing.
Thank you. So everyone, we're going to move into our session break. We usually take a small break in the afternoon. For those of you who just want to just take a break and, enjoy some of the great information that we have this afternoon. But coming up exactly at 1 o'clock, and we do mean at 1 o'clock Eastern time, we are so happy to have with us at 1 o'clock the Chief Science Officer of a newly launched company, and it's called Lehagen. And the great part about it, though, is that Dr. Adam Stein will be on. He's a Yale PhD. So Dr. Adam Stein will be on at 1 o'clock. At 1:30, we're going to definitely have Shira Adler. She's going to come on at 1:30 p.m. And she is the person behind that book, The ABCs of CBD. She's going to be on at 1:30. And then we're going to be branching off at 2 o'clock and bring on Kebra Smith-Bowden. She's going to be on at 2 o'clock. So everyone, take your small afternoon break, and we'll definitely reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all for our morning guests. Thank you again, Dr. Lin, for coming on at this hour. And we will definitely see all of you back in 30 minutes. Thank you. This morning with some opening comments. It was great to hear from both Melissa Gibson and Martha McDermott, two young ladies who are very dear to our organization, and we thank you both for coming on this morning. And we're also very, very thankful for Dr. Paloma Leffeld from Varial Health. She was an excellent presentation this morning, and we're just so thankful that we had her as part of our webinar. And of course, we just want to give a quick shout out to, Elizabeth Kramer Ernst from the Hampton MediSpa. She educated us so much about what she's doing out there in the Hamptons, especially dealing with young people. It was just an excellent presentation, her spending some time to be with us this morning. And also we would love to bring back, like I said, in April, the one and only Dr. Lynn Paratnik, who gave an excellent presentation on some of the great things that she's actually doing with the geriatric community. So once again, we encourage you, if you are watching us now on the Facebook Live, we encourage you to hit that share button, And of course, if you are watching us on the rebroadcast on YouTube, we encourage you to do the same, hit that share button. So let's get our afternoon session rolling. Before we bring on our next set of speakers, during the break, we were actually contacted by some of the folks who run Access CBD Water. We actually aware of the people who are running that company. We thank them for being on the broadcast with us. We do not endorse any of the products that come on our show. But we do allow people to be educated about them. So we do not endorse any product. We are always happy to have some special guests on in the afternoon. It's always great to have medical clinicians, people who are MDs, people who are RNs, LPNs. But when we do the clinical state, there's nothing better to have a PhD on the line with us. And today we're so happy to have Adam Stein, who's a PhD up at Yale University. Adam is actually the chief scientific officer of a few companies, but most notably, if I get the name correctly, it's called Lehagen. I guess that's the name of it. Adam's going to come on shortly to tell us a little bit more about the company. It's also great that he's affiliated with Shira Adler, who's going to follow him right after the presentation. They just might jump in on one another's conversation as this presentation goes on. I let you know right now, when I was in graduate school, all the PhD people did not look like Adam. They always had this much older, more lethargic type of appearance, like they were so rigid and so forth. I'm happy to say that this new group of PhDs that we see out in the world today, they're young, they're vibrant, they have a lot of energy. So it's great to have, you know, this type of energy on our broadcast. So I'm just going to bring them on right now. You guys are great. I'm just going to turn it over to you, Adam, and I guess Shira might jump in. She's a great person who's been part of our webinars for, you know, quite some time, and it's always great to have her. So Adam, you can start out first. Shira, you can jump in. The next hour belongs to you guys, and we're going to be looking at the chats on the Facebook Live and looking at the chats in the room. Adam, I believe your microphone is still muted, but it's all yours.
Here we go. Hey, how you doing? I guess a little bit, so the name of the company is called Lahagen. It is a Hebrew word for, what is it, planting, or to plant, or excuse me, to protect. And so it has a lot of spiritual and symbolic meaning of what Lahagen is going to do. As Richard sort of introed, I don't know that I'm a new PhD. I got my PhD a long time ago, but I definitely have the youthful energy. Definitely talk science. And so where I come from a background more in from a structural perspective. So what we do is we use structure-based drug design to enable drug discovery, and at the end, finding cures for specific diseases related to protein targets. And so my background actually is not in this space, but I'm excited to get into this space. And this is where the Lahagen comes in. Lahagen is going to be, is a research company that is going to be focusing on improving either at the molecular level, so small molecules, via some cannaflavonoids that we're interested in developing, or via the natural methods, you know, using recombinant enzyme technology and biocatalysis to generate plants that actually can increase the output of some of these molecules that we're interested in. So as I was saying, my background is nowhere near cannabis. My background is in structure, but the part that I'm able to tie together where the synergy between Shira and I comes in is that I have studied cannabis receptors in my past, very familiar with their pharmacology, and so a lot of the materials that we're going to generate, and a lot of the work that we're going to do, directly ties into a lot of the work that I've already done. As a sort of side note, the reason why Lahagen is so cool is that we're going to be enabled to get off the ground running. With a lot of biotechs, a lot of startups, there's usually a 3 to 5 year ramp to be able to generate research and do some early stage development. Our ramp is 0, which is great because it allows us to get to the actual research right away. And the reason why it's like that is because of my other company, which is a CRO venture, will support the early drug discovery, early research and development in the cannabis area. And so we don't really need to build out our infrastructure at Lahagen off the bat. And so that is kind of our background. That's kind of some of where we're headed. This is Shira's baby. There's no other way to sugarcoat it. This is Shira's vision, as I tease her about. And so this is going to branch off into many different layers, many different areas. Initially, we're interested in pilot scale protein bioengineering, which will then lead to better cannabis, hemp, CBD products. We're also interested, like I said, in cannabis drug discovery. We're also interested in generating or starting a cannabis hemp testing facility where we can then develop reagents geared toward testing of testing the grade of said material. So developing panels, kits, proteins people can use as standards, generating C of A's on our reagents, so that when you test using our materials, you can be assured that it's grade A, 100% quality, which I think is something is kind of lacking in the industry. There really is no true scientific testing. It's all point of contact, cash business, not validated typically, unless you do it through the government or some other statewide lab. We're also interested in manufacturing, so there's a lot of applications here for our technology, what we're doing. A lot of industrial enzyme productions, which then can be generated, which then can generate biocrete, bioplastics, biofuels, and most dear to Shira's heart is the synergy products. So synergy will then become part of the Lahagan family. And I don't know if you want to mention anything more about that, but I'll turn over to you if you do.
You're doing a great job. I also don't know, actually I don't really know how to am I on camera with you, or I'm happy to see everybody and I love being a part of these programs. So yeah, basically Adam is my brother from another mother, and I'm so thrilled and honored to be able to introduce him to our Code4.20 event family and to Richard Cox. And he's already met Dr. Lynn Porodnik. He knows of her. In fact, we all hung out in Katona. So Martha, you're next. You have to meet my brother here. And I'm truly, truly honored and excited about the direction of what this new company, why we're creating it, what it's for, who we're serving, because truthfully, we all share this vision. It isn't just my vision. I just get to be the one pulling together all my experience and my passion for what I've been doing in the hemp industries as a hemp industries leader, as a pioneer of one of the first CBD companies. Yes, I did write the book, The ABCs of CBD. So this has been my life, my love, my everything for a very long time. But to be introduced to the caliber of scientist that is this guy, Adam Stein, is really a blessing unlike almost any other that I've had in my life to date. And his partner, Laura Saylor, she is like, oh my God, I want to be Laura when I grow up. She's the co-founder of Icaria Life Sciences. So he was being very modest. Icaria is a really, can I say kick-ass? It's a webinar, I can say kick-ass. Incredible life sciences company based near Syracuse, up in Lafayette, New York. And that is the reason, Icaria is the reason I'm going to be able to activate and actualize this incredible vision for the hemp industries and the cannabis industries. Because without their expertise, without their ability, the lab, everything that's already in play, and their heart, really, they're the reason that Lahagan is about to hit the ground running. And we are just waiting on final stages now to officially announce this launch. So everybody listening to this webinar today, and for those who might be watching a playback, hopefully by the time you're watching this, we will already have broken ground, at least on some level. But we are going to be fully operational as soon as we officially launch, thanks to the hard work, the dedication, the experience, and the facilities that Icaria Life Sciences already has. So in terms of explaining kind of what we're doing, we have 3 pillars. I think we should just break it down into that. For today's topics, we're covering the medicine, right? The medicinal aspects, the research that we find kind of sorely lacking. I've written about this rather extensively in the ABCs of CBD, about where we are, what we know so far. But truthfully, cannabinoid science and research, we've just scratched the tip of the iceberg. And in fact, there are so many more pieces of information that this beautiful plant medicine needs to impart to us and through us. And that's really where our focus is. So we're going to focus on medicine, and then on technology, and then on sustainability. Because in our minds, part of my vision and the shared vision is that this plant species affords us the opportunity to truly impact and uplift humanity in very significant ways across the full spectrum of what it is to be living this human experience. Everything we eat, everything we take, everything we breathe in, everything in terms of how we live in our homes. The technology and the sustainability are very important to us. We are looking to go deeper into this plant species and then take every aspect of it and put it into its different compartments where it fits. So for the purposes of today, we're looking at medicine. We're looking at cannabinoids. We're looking at enzymes and proteins, the biological reagents. We're looking at how our bodies intersect and interact with those components. What we've gotten to so far is great, but there's so much more to yet discover That's the fun part. We're looking at a lot of people, Adam mentioned early stage drug design. And Adam, I think you should probably explain kind of what that is a little bit more, so people who are just listening get a better idea of what it is we're going to do and how this works. And then I'll tie in more about the hemp and cannabis part.
Absolutely. So early drug design or early drug discovery is essentially a process by which targets are identified depending on whatever area of disease you're interested in. So let's just take, for example, oncology. So oncology has several targets that cause cancer. What early drug discovery is understanding the mechanism of action of those proteins under physiological conditions, in the hopes of generating small molecule inhibitors or peptides, antibodies, any sort of biological reagent that can inhibit or stop the progression of those diseases. And so the whole process takes years. Getting a drug to market takes years. But the early phase typically takes 3 to 5 years before you can get to what they call IND. Once you hit IND, basically you own the molecule is yours, or a set of molecules are yours, you own the patents, things like that. Then it can move to the clinic if that's what you decide to do. Some companies just want to leave it at the IND and sell it off. Some companies want to take it all the way to the clinic. The further you get along, the more expensive it is. Hence why a lot of people do stop at the IND phase. And this is just a small part of what we're going to do, specifically in the cannaflavonoid area of science. So that's early drug discovery. There are many different intricacies, a lot of different experiments, a lot of different types of biology, science that are involved to get to that point. But that's the general process.
So what we want to do is we want to, according to my world, because everybody knows me, knows I'm super holistic. I mean, I am all out metaphysical AF mama. So what in the world am I doing launching an agri-tech company focusing on bioinfrastructure? We are all about advancing eco-hemp initiatives, technologies, and sustainability, as I mentioned. Specifically, we're focusing on plant-based therapeutics programs and products. And that's what's so funny, because my goal is actually to take pharma holistic. If you really want to summarize it, that's what we're doing. So how are we going to do that? Basically, we are going to take what we understand about cannabinoids. We're going to go much deeper, and we're going beyond cannabinoids. We're actually focusing on cannaflavonoids, which is an area that our chief medical officer, who I would love to bring on for our April event, so Richard, hint, hint, that's Dr. Karimetra Alif. He's based in the Seattle area. That man is freaking genius, like Adam. The two of them, I call them the double dagger brothers. That's you'll have to explain the joke about that. But these two scientists together, they're Harvard, they're Yale, Stanford, physicians, PhDs, just incredible brains. We want to go deeper into the research. We want to take a look at what nature naturally provides to the different compounds. And so we're looking beyond cannabinoids into the flavonoid areas and to enzymes, proteins. We want to work through what's called directed evolution. Now, some people know about GMOs, and we don't love GMOs in our food, and we don't want people messing with the things. But I don't have a problem in terms of an integrative wellness approach, which is to take what nature does best and to encourage her to go a little stronger, deeper, and therefore make those compounds themselves more stable. Because one of the big challenges that we have in the nutraceutical area or in holistic wellness, or calling them OTC products, right, over the counter, is that we're working with compounds and we're treating them more like the light, fluffy parts of the medicine as opposed to the deepest parts of what makes medicine medicine. And so if we have the ability to solidify and enhance and create better and stronger structures for those components, we can make better medicine. But we're still doing that through the plant species and all the chemical compounds that lie within. So that's kind of what directed evolution is. It's giving nature a little push in the right direction to take the molecules and the structures we need and to make them more solid so that we can have the better shelf life and more duration and better impact of what we're trying to achieve with the medicine. That's what I mean by saying we're taking pharma holistic, if that makes sense. It's an exciting new area. Nobody's really studying the areas that we're about to get into. And thankfully, from all my years in these industries, I've been looking at not just the trends in the marketplace, but the products, the delivery methods, the types of people using it, the need states that are prompting that usage. And we are addressing all of those need states by creating the products in the teeniest forms, selling them into market either directly or through products that we will put through My Synergy by Shira Adler line, doing the research, sharing that information, right? We want to help educate everybody. We want to bring in and encourage more education and better research. And then we're going to take the offshoots of those biological reagents, and we're going to put them into applications for technologies, because we all know hemp isn't just about the medicine and cannabis, it's also about what we can do with the byproducts, as Adam was mentioning. That's biocrete, that's biofuel and bioplastics. We can literally use the essences that are available and created and create more of them from these plants and have those applications affect basically every part of the human experience. Everything from our homes to our fiber, to our medicine, to our food, and hopefully to our culture. Because this company isn't just about a few of us doing it, it's about bringing all of us into these new areas, exciting new areas, that we all become part of the pioneer state of being for cannabis and for hemp. And here in New York, it's incredibly important, and the timing is perfect, that we are launching such a huge initiative and a huge big company with such a great vision. Because for those who are following the cannabis industry legally and the hemp industries, you'll know that we are in New York struggling through the interim final rule about that hemp bill. And right now in New York, what's happening, just to give like a 30-second overview about that, the hemp bill has two different sides to it, because people are trying to, and by people I mean the DEA mostly, reinterpret and reclassify some of the components that are in hemp. So right now in New York, there's going to be a split into two sides. There's going to be the part of the hemp bill that falls under the Department of Ags and Markets, and that's more the industrial hemp. And then you have the whole CBD side, all the cannabinoid side, and that also includes ingestibles, all the edibles, any food product. That's going to be falling under the Department of Health. That's an entirely different animal. And it's actually something that if you are in the industry, you need to start paying attention to very significantly, because it's going to impact how we can do business, and with whom, and through what vehicles, and there'll be new licensing requirements for everybody. That's why I'm very honored. Actually, as of last night, I just got voted, and I'm the president of the New York chapter of Hemp Industries Association. And we are an affiliate, thank you, Adam. We are an affiliate of Hemp Industries Association, which is a national trade organization, the oldest one, been around 25 years. These are the OGs who started with the lawsuits against the DEA years ago. Every time the DEA tries to step in and make new rules that affect how we are allowed to create and offer medicine and products, the DEA has something to say about it. So this is very important that we're launching this company at a time where we also really need to get involved. We need to protect each other. We need to protect what this industry is about. We need to protect what Congress intended when it passed the 2014 and 2018 farm bills. And right now that's all being threatened a little bit. So this is a plug for you to all get in touch with me after this, because I would love to introduce you to HIA, to our New York chapter that will soon be expanding into the Northeast Regional chapter, because with all the rules changing and the markets changing from New Jersey and Connecticut and Massachusetts, and we need to stick together, we need to grow together. And we hope that Lihagen will be a very vibrant part, making sure we're protecting everybody from the farm co-op, like the guys up in Cambridge, New York, which Dr. Lynn Porodnik is associated with and working on. Like, we are all part of the same family. Let's do this right. Let's do this with tremendous passion and vision, but we must get involved. This isn't just let it be that Adam and I and our company and people like us are doing it and then everybody else rides the wave. We need you. It's very important. So this is the call to arms for the day, to please ask you to get involved with us, and please be a part of making sure that the medicine you create, the lifestyle you wish to have, the way your companies operate, the farms that these beautiful families are trying to grow and develop into larger operations and institutions. We need the research, we need each other. So that's really what Lihagen Bio is about. Lihagen is Hebrew and it means to protect. So to protect bio, or to protect life. That's what Adam and I are here to do, and our partner Laura Saylor and all of the other, and Dr. Karyametra Alif and Lynn Porodnik. I mean, we're all part of the same company, same group. And it's really an honor. It's always an honor to be here, just to be able to share all that with you. Did I cover everything, Adam?
Yeah, but if I could just add one other thing, which I think is very important to the community, is that we're very collaborative. And what I mean by that is that if there is some sort of open-ended science question that you're interested in, you have the opportunity to reach out to us, and together we can investigate that. So, you know, we don't claim to be the smartest people in the world. Hell, we're probably not even the smartest people in the room. The point is that through strong collaborations, we should be able to drive this area of science and build it back up to where medical professionals cannot refute the scientific evidence. And once again, turn around that mantra, turn it into a positive thing, not a negative thing. But we're very collaborative, open to starting other programs on top of our own interests. But I just wanted to make that clear to the greater community, is that if you have something that you're interested in, feel free to reach out to us. We'd be happy to discuss that.
We really would. That is the whole point of why I'm so thrilled and honored. I see my job as putting together the best and the brightest, the people with the biggest hearts and the deepest intellect and the most expansive spirits. That's really what LeHagen is about. So we already do have collaborative relationships with institutions based up like Syracuse and ESF. And actually, Adam, we should talk to them a little bit about our pilot program. Let's give people a little hint about what we're going to do with that. And then we do want to talk to Virya. We want to talk to our MSOs, our multi-state operators. We want to talk to the small practitioners who say, I want better medicine. I need access to this research. We are not creating research just for ourselves. We're creating it for the greater good and for highest and best for all.
Mm-hmm. Which pilot program are you interested
in? Our GMP pilot program, and our, let's talk a little bit about what that's going to look like as we hit the ground with, I mean, that's a little bit, it's a little down the line, but we're going to get there.
Yeah. So part of the, some of the things we're interested in terms of having this GMP pilot program, I think you're referring to to the Synergy products, right?
Yeah. So we'll be the first brand. Will be obviously because Synergy is already
Right. So we're looking to improve, obviously, the quality of what Shira's already created. We're interested in sort of upgrading some of the current tools that she has. So upgrading the sprays, the Synergy sprays. We're really interested in creating nebulizers, both for THC, mainly for THC. Also, we're also interested in sort of disbanding the Juul. If you guys are familiar with vaping, sort of spin that into more of what we're calling the new Juul. So offering new vape products involved in this space.
Measured deliverable dosage. So thanks. And Lynn, you mentioned that. Dr. Lynn Porodnik said earlier in her segment that it is one of the challenges that we face when we're talking about the balance between a plant essence and the natural lifestyle. I'm sort of someone said, I'm an integrative visionary care advocate, whatever I am. What that means is that we understand that people are coming from different backgrounds, different belief systems, different levels of experience, and different levels of comfort. We've all touched upon that today, right? Some are completely terrified of THC, some are even uncomfortable with CBD. So how do you reach that person and address the need state? How do you create a medicine, a product, something with a specific delivery method that has efficacy? That's really what it comes down to. It's why I'm working with my genius scientists over here, because it isn't just about, and I love my aromatherapy, absolutely adore it. The stuff is powerful. I'll talk about that a little more at 1:30ish. But the point is that works for the people who are drawn to that type of product. But what about the child in the hospital? Dr. Lynn Porodnik asked me months ago, can we create a nebulizer? Because we believe in the mind, body, and spirit benefits. And the answer is yes, we can. That's proprietary, guys. So even though we're mentioning it, you do have to talk with us about all that. But we are looking to create stronger and deeper partnerships for this research, understanding that we're not here to dictate the one way, the one methodology, the one type of product. We're here to create the research information and core materials that allow everybody to build and access what they need to enhance their own visions and go down that line. And our pilot program will be open eventually to other brands. We want to support small businesses. We want to support small farmers. So even though the vision is huge, we're still individuals. We're still, you know, we represent a microcosm, but where we can all go together is the macro. That's really what we're trying to accomplish here. That makes sense. So did I cover everything?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe so.
So we're
Susan,
open for questions, you know, and pick
comments?
Adam's brain, and because under that cap is, I'd say, like the kepi with the big brain. Kepi is Yiddish for head, guys, in case someone didn't know
it is. I know it is.
I know you know, but someone else may not know. Like I said.
I asked you, like, what does that word mean? So you just tackled it. Yeah, before you get into your next segment, I just wanted to ask a question on my own. It had to do with the partnerships that you were talking about, the multi-state partnership. How do you get your message, your product, without encountering any type of state pushback? One state, you know, being involved, and the next state next door says, no, we don't want to even consider what you guys are doing. That's more of I guess it's more of a business question than more of a cannabis-based question.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Richard. And here's the fun part. We have no idea how we're going to accomplish all this, because it depends on the state. It depends on what the pushback, how it's represented, right? Right now, our goal is to get up and running, to create what we need to create with the focus on where we want it to go. But in order for it to go to those places, we first have to address the need state of where our legislation is right now, where that farm bill and the intricacies of understanding. And believe me, it's difficult to understand. It was a 69-page document that the secretary and some of us on the Hemp Industries Association, our New York chapter, we had to pour through that and highlight. Michelle Mattias, God bless this woman. She's a credit card processing expert for the hemp and cannabis industries. If anyone needs that help, you know, I'll put you in touch with Michelle. We literally had to highlight every single line and reference that touched on every kind of product, that what's allowed to come into New York, what's allowed to sell out of New York, how we have to get a license for it. You know, the new rules are just very complicated. And whoever wrote that stuff so far, let's just say they need a little help getting that all sorted out. That's where HIA comes into play. Once we do that, then we can better address what it will look like to roll out products and services through the MSO model, which is the multi-state operator, places like Vireo, right? Dr. Paloma Leifeld, one of my favorite people in this industry, she knows that best, because that's exactly what she does. She's the patient liaison and the medical director, organizing how that company operates across state lines in different territories, makes that wonderful medicine. So we'll be obviously looking to work on a very significant level with companies like Vireo and Columbia Care and, you know, Curaleaf and Etain, you know, anybody that is operating in different states. But again, we have to start on the micro level. We have to first repair and adjust and solidify the rules that apply to our current state, and then we can affect change more nationally. That's what Hemp Industries Association does. It is a national organization. So I hope that answers that, but we can't get into more specifics because we're right in the middle. The final interim rule just came out like 2 weeks ago. So we're all scrambling to get those meetings with you.
I could add something, if you don't mind. This is the part that always gets me. It's like, science should be able to dictate a lot of the response, and it hasn't in the past, hasn't translated, right? Bureaucratic, there's always bureaucratic stuff, right? But if we can provide that solid science that actually explains things to the layman, I don't really understand how you can refute it. And once you can't refute something, that tends to change people's minds as well. So that's the underlying goal here for us as well.
Absolutely. It does have to come through. The proof is in the pudding. So in the pudding is going to be the obvious discussion and analysis. Let's say, for example, the CBD part of this bill is all getting pushed into the Department of Health. So then we're going to address it from that health perspective. We're going to get into the nitty gritty through our white papers, through our research, through conversations we are going to have with leadership in New York State. We're going to go up to Albany soon. By the way, Adam, you have to come in for that meeting. So we're going to be discussing with them kind of the missteps that they had in not understanding how those molecules, those enzymes, those biological reagents work. So when you're sort of writing a rule that says it can't have in the biomass, right, the raw material needs to be less than 0.3% in its wet form. Well, what they really mean is they can't be in the 0.3% in the finished product, because in the processing itself, a lot of what we would legally, we're supposed to be able to use, technically now with the new rules, you won't be able to use. It's going to impact farmers who are going to be scrambling for certain testing. They won't be able to meet the testing quickly enough. Like, there are all kinds of problems. So that's where we have to first make those adjustments and then get them to understand that you're talking about the mass, weighing the mass, measuring it, but they don't understand that THCA and THC and what happens with you when you decarboxylate something. That's where the science needs to just say, you were incorrect in your assessment. Here is why. This is real. This is what it is. This is the part that impacts impairment. This does not. And once that research is done, clearly, definitively, without question, then we can offer that to the industry. And that obviously has tentacles that will go far out beyond just what's happening in New York State. But right now, the country is looking to New York State to see how we handle this bifurcation of the bill between the Department of Ag and Markets and the Department of Health, and the DEA trying to manipulate and adjust all through it. And we're like, get out. Congress already said what they have to say. This is very clear. You can't try to readjust it. So there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work to do. A launching company and getting involved, but that's why. Once the science proves it, once the education is clear, we should be able to help the industry develop from there.
Yeah, I'm looking in a chat room, Shira. It's probably not another cannabis-based question, but it's someone's asking, are you guys willing to hire contractors or independent contractors to help facilitate with the project? I guess to either distribution or getting the word out or marketing.
Yeah, we're going to need some people. So definitely, as we're not officially launched until we're signed on the dotted line and, get our building, get everything moving. But absolutely, if you do have an interest in what Adam and I are talking about, if you think you have a skill set that could be relevant to help us on this mission, and we absolutely still want everybody to join HIA. That has nothing to do with our company, but it's just for the greater good. We encourage that, and we want to hear from you. So please do get in touch with us. You can reach out to me. Actually, I'll put my contact information in the panelists and attendees chat box right now, so people can. All right, here we go. Just typing while I speak. Okay, so that's an email address. And I'm going to ask for people to sign up to my newsletter, because I'm going to start getting very active with that again. Sharing information, sharing contacts, sharing resources. A lot of stuff is going to be coming out in the next, I'd say about 6 months. We're going to start really ramping up here. So 3 to 6 months. All right, so there's my contact information. Would love to hear from you. Send me resumes. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. And on social, it's the same thing. It's just the one Shira Adler with the number 1 in there. So I hope that, we want to hear from you. We want to know who you are, what you do, what your passion is, and we want to create a company that can hire a lot of people. COVID is tough. I mean, look, I love home office, but are you kidding me? Oh, enough. I Zoom it with Adam at least twice a day, I think, at this point. Like, we're on the phone all the time. Like, thank God. But it's not the same. I miss people. I really miss people. So,
yeah, that's one of the things I have to say. I really do miss the interaction. It's the term they use. I don't want to get off topic, but it's called skin hunger.
Skin hunger? Ooh, that's
skin hunger. Skin hunger. That's the term and I got that term from some young folks.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure anybody in my age bracket would have come up with that, but I'm kind of digging it.
Yeah, and the term they said was skin hunger is real.
Skin hunger is real.
It's real.
I get it.
Yeah, skin hunger is real. And, I asked for a further description, and they said, well, we just miss being in contact with people.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, from a
that human interaction.
From a business perspective, it's a lot easier to talk to someone face to face and get their body, get their body language and things like that to sort of understand where they really are. You can't do that virtually. That's the problem.
Micro emotions are important, and I'm talking to someone now far away from here, and he's all about reading the micro emotions. I'm like, you have to get all up in. I'm an expressive person. You can kind of tell how I'm feeling just because not hard to miss how I'm feeling, but it's true. The nuances, the human contact, micro emotions, body language, all of that is just like, it's difficult. So we're excited. We really want to get officially launching and just moving and in contact with each other. I want to drive up to the lab in Syracuse. I relish a 4.5 hour, I think it's 4.5 hours from my house, whatever, to get up there just so I can be around people. So as long as we're sharing a mission, we'll put up with this hopefully temporary COVID stuff for a little longer. But what other questions does anyone have about all of this beautiful stuff, especially for Adam? Because you really pick his brain if anyone wants to know anything at deeper levels. It's fascinating stuff what we've got going.
It's so funny because I'm looking at some of the stuff in the Facebook chat room, and one person does have something for Adam. I believe, Adam, you said that you're did not start out in this industry. I guess they wanted you to go over again and tell us about your transition into the cannabis industry.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah. So yeah, like I mentioned, I come from a very traditional type of background. I went to graduate school, a postdoc. I've always been studying, structure-based drug design. That's how we started my first company here, Icaria. It's all about structure-based drug design. I've worked in the commercial sector as well, having been exposed to some of the cannabis aspect of it, but I never really focused on it. One of the companies where I was vice president of research and development for, we actually made metabolites and CBD and all that stuff, but for research use. So basically, not recreational, it's all for research and development. So that was my first introduction to it, but I never really focused in on it. And then for me, it was one of those things where I somehow serendipitously met Shira through another one of another common person that we both know. And then she started explaining to me what her vision was. And I was like, wow, that's, I was really taken aback by the breadth of it. And so, our relationship, so I basically said, okay, well, if you need the science, I can help you with that. And from there, I've just been reading articles and scientific references. And I even read Shira's book. She'll be happy to know. And so,
better,
I've been basically self-educating myself. Kare, who Shira mentioned, has also been helping me. He's kind of given me a lot of ideas where we want to push some things because he's a strong advocate for this research. And so that's how I got into it. It's like sheer serendipity. That's really what it is. I wasn't looking for it. It just kind of presented itself.
I mean, a lot of times we're on paths and we know that we're heading in the right direction, and all we can do is just sort of put one foot in front of the other, especially when life is throwing at us so many challenges, myriad challenges, such as what COVID represents for any of us. And then it's remarkable then when you know who you are and what you're supposed to do, and all of a sudden something appears in front of you and it just takes everything that you knew you were about and it expands it and explodes it. And that to me is where Laura and Adam came in, and wherever they were brought in, they are the biggest blessings because they are the hands and the minds to do the pieces that I didn't have the knowledge and experience to do, but I certainly understand why we need to do it, what it needs to do, where we're going with it. So it was perfect synergy. And that is why my company is called Synergy, because I'm always about who are you? What are your strengths? What do you love to do? How may I be of service? If we start asking each other that, there's really no stopping us from achieving absolutely everything on a very vibrant, very expansive level. That's what Again is about. That's what our individual smaller brands are about. It's all becoming part of a bigger family and a bigger mission. So I'm really thrilled, and I'm learning as much from them. Trust me. I may be throwing a lot of hemp stuff at them, and I'm volunteering here. I was like, you got to join the board for HIA in time. But yeah, my job is to just get more people to jump on this bandwagon because it is so significant. And hemp and cannabis really are, the cannabis species, the answer to all the problems in this world. I firmly believe that. I really, really believe that. So it behooves us to just get in, get knowledge, get educated, get exposure, get experience. And, in 15 more minutes, I get to talk with another sister goddess, another friend I love. Kibra Smith-Bolden will be on in 15. And see, I was just saying about you, and there she is. We're going to talk about some specific applications in the mental health industry and sort of what we've observed in our practices and in our companies. And that's really important, because I will say, and I'm going to give a lead in for this, right now more than anything else, that doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter which party you vote for or don't vote for. Let's get over that, people. Let's understand we are spiritual beings having a human experience. And right now, that human experience is fraught with a lot of pain and challenge and suffering and struggle. And so the one thing we need to remember is everybody is struggling through PTSD right now. That is real. That impacts you. I don't care what your background is, what you believe in, what you ate for breakfast, how you were raised, whether you're in school or not. We're going to talk more about that in a few minutes, because that is something of tremendous significance. And for me, it's at the heart of why I do all of this. That's what Again is about. We need to address real challenges, and we need to do it with really clean, good, solid plant-based therapeutics.
And this is why we're sisters.
It is. I've known her for years. We go back from Women Grow and our Canada together. I don't even know when I don't think it was Women Grow. I think our Women Grow, we got to give a shout out to her.
Virtually. So.
That's
nice to meet you as well.
I know, I'm like pointing because I can see them on my screen. I feel like we're in that Brady Bunch, with the little faces that pop up.
Yeah.
So.
If I could easily summarize how this happened, or what went down. Again, some of this, my brother-in-law asked me about this. I was explaining to him, what we were doing and things like that. And he goes, I would have never thought you would have done that. I mean, that was his response. I said, well, that's just my path. This is how it was supposed to happen. Didn't know it, but this is how it happens. It's like that in science anyways. It's like, I may be really interested in something as I'm researching it, as I'm looking at it. I may find in my research that there's something else that's more interesting that may be an offshoot of what I was looking at, or interested in. That's kind of how that's how I would summarize how I got into this. Yeah, my brother-in-law gave me an interesting, what are you talking about?
What are you doing?
I never
Cannabis? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were going to be reaching out to we also, again, Adam mentioned earlier, part of the Again Bio Initiative will be also to create not just, again, the proteins, the molecules, the material, the research, and then putting them into different products and delivery methods, but to actually do a QC lab to make solubility kits, so to help other people in the industry who are really striving for a higher level of how we're doing what we do. And one of the things that I've been so concerned about for years is watching how many people are jumping into this industry without the heart, passion, vision, wisdom, and care, really, without the care to do it right, to do it properly, to elevate each other. And I don't mean that, I mean literally on a soul level. So there's so many brands out there doing illegal things. There's still so many problems with how they're marketing. There's still, really, do they even know what a COA is? Are they GMP certified? Are they making clean, good, strong, pure medicine? Or are they just in it for the money? I believe strongly the universe will pay all of us tenfold, but we have to come from the place of wanting to be in service and being meticulous about the work that we do. That's what Again represents. It's to protect bio, to protect life, to protect each other, to protect this industry. Because the only way this planet and the people are going to survive is if we all start caring at that level. That's what we're going to do. And that means a QC lab. It means making New York State's best lab for testing of cannabis and hemp products, and making sure standards are met, and raising the bar because we each deserve it, right? Isn't it time we raise the bar for each other? I definitely think so. And that's why I'm so proud to have founded and been now partners with Adam and Laura and these incredible, and Dr. Kari Metra Alif and all the people who are working with us. This matters. And we are going to do this, and we are going to succeed because we're going to do it together. Amen. So we have about 10 more minutes before we switch gears and get to talk a little more deeply into mental health. And I don't know if anybody's new or joining us, but again, on behalf of, Richard may say on behalf of you and everybody, Code4.20 Events is I love this group. I love the events that Richard puts on. That's why I keep saying yes. It's a yes and conversation, and I keep saying yes to this man, and then I bring in more great people like Adam Stein today, who was a surprise guest. Thank you again for joining us from again.
It was a surprise of a surprise.
It was a surprise. I literally called him about half an hour, so I was like, "You're silly. Somebody didn't come. I need you on in 25 minutes."
Happy to help. I mean, again, like for me, this is part of my own education, so I've been listening since the beginning. And I've heard some pretty good talks thus far. So I'm all about education, educating myself, educating others. So absolutely.
Melissa Gibson this morning, another friend, and she's actually the vice president of our New York HIA chapter, affiliate chapter. So we love Melissa, and she was up working at her great new store. So I'm going to give her a shout out, because even though we're not directly endorsing things, we have to talk about who we are and what we're doing. We need to support each other. It's important, especially now for small businesses during this COVID holiday season. My company is at shirasynergy.com. I am a pioneer in this space. I started my holistic wellness company back in 2011. And I was doing CBD infused in my products back in 2016. 15 into 16. And I soft launched at the Cannabis World Congress and Business Expo. Remember when we used to have those great trade shows in person? Oh, I miss them. And that was a long time ago, comparatively speaking, for CBD. I've been writing, speaking, educating, and being an advocate with Drug Policy Alliance, with Marijuana Policy Project, with Women Grow, with HIA. I mean, this has been my world for a lot of years. And every time I get on...
I mean to cut you off, Shira, but you must be see what reason I'm smiling. Are you looking at the Facebook chat? Because someone just asked the same question that you're getting to. Somebody wanted to know more about your background and your transition. So I'm going to let you just go ahead and roll, because
that's funny.
You're right on target with this question. Please continue.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because I just jump in. I want to talk about Adam and Melissa, and her store up in Woodstock is Hemp and Humanity. It's a great pop-up boutique. If you want good holiday gifts, go take a drive up to Woodstock. But yeah, so I'm so busy talking to everybody else. Right, I hadn't actually introduced myself formally. So some people know me from the different groups that I've worked in. And again, as of really recently, last night, I am the new president of the New York chapter for Hemp Industries Association. Very honored. Melissa Gibson is our vice president. And my background's actually clergy and spiritual care, believe it or not. Holistic, integrative wellness, yes, all of that, because to me, that's all part of the same world, the mind, body, spirit connection. My late father was an early neuroscientist, though, and most of my family have PhDs either from Harvard or MIT. So I feel like I'm a scientist by osmosis. I know just enough to play one well on TV, and I have been on TV, but I've been on TV from Bravo. Yeah, I was a Bravo mom, guys. I'm not sure if anyone knew that. I was the debut mom on Extreme Guide to Parenting back when my son was in 4th grade, going into 5th grade, and I had a dilemma, as a lot of parents do. Should I medicate my son in order to allow him to integrate better into that typical public school, or should I go for something out of the box? Which way do you think I went? And my kids are the deep reason why. They're why I started my company. They're why I got into this industry. Now it's not just my children who are almost out of the house, except COVID brought them back in. I have a daughter who's a junior in college and a son who's a senior in high school. And I do this now because what I've learned, what I've lived, became so important, not to help my own children, but now everybody's children, everybody's family. And I feel like as a mother, they say that necessity is the motherhood of invention. So I'm the mama that went into some inventions, and I created a holistic aromatherapy series to be an integrative approach to parents who were facing the challenges of, should I medicate my child or not? I've got an ADHD kid. I've got, and again, I'm not making any medical claims. I want to be very clear that I'm an educator, and my book, The ABCs of CBD, is trademarked as a educational platform as well. So of course, if you are looking to begin any medical protocols, please seek the professional advice of your practitioners. But the fact is, you don't know what you don't know. And when it comes to cannabis, there's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot that we were taught incorrectly. There's a lot of intentional misinformation. And all we have to do is look around the world today and know that we are being subjected to a tremendous amount of misinformation or misapplied information or manipulated information. And it's time for people, I think, to take back their power, to trust their gut, to solidify their intuition, to really step into their truth, their knowing, and their being. And then from that, create the doing. And that's really where I started all those years ago, and it's where I am today, and it's where I will continue to be, because it allows me to serve the truth. The truth may not be pretty, may not be comfortable, and may not even be what we expect. But ultimately, if we live with integrity, with authenticity, we stay in alignment. And if we do that, we are of service for highest and best good for ourselves, for our children, for our communities, and for our planet. So that's really where I came from. So I went from being clergy, I'm a cantor and a non-denominational interfaith minister, I'm also a certified past life regressionist and energy worker, and took all of that and stepped into the other side, the duality with my science, my love of science and integrative wellness and holistic medicine. And that's why I've launched the companies I've launched. That's why I wrote the book. Hopefully my book is coming out again. I did get a new agent. I'm trying to now sell that to a larger publisher because I don't have as much time as I used to, and I cannot keep up with everything. So I'm going to try to focus on pulling more people in to join our family through these new companies. And so I can kind of take a step back and do what I do best, which is hopefully inspiring, communicating, and connecting. So glad you asked. Thank you. And join my newsletter, shiraadler.com. And if you want, I do have a coupon code for, because of the stress levels, like, oh my God. The code is called CBD it. Don't stress it, manage it, tolerate it, or ignore it, just CBD it. So you can use that code on shirasynergy.com, and you can find me on social at the1 Shira Adler, THE1, and my full name. So, yeah. Did that cover everything, Richard?
You know, it covered more than everything. And you know, it's such a, you know, can I say it's such a blessing to have you with us. And you know, it's really a way of helping to educate us in a totality. I mean, there's so many different ways and so many different areas you touch within a short time period. And it's almost like you're getting the complete meal, and you really just ask for just the small appetizer and the drink, and next thing you know, you have the complete meal. And then you are, and on top of that, you're willing to pay for the complete meal. now that you just received it.
Yeah, so I should plug in, support Richard and support Code4.20 Events. We can have these complete meals, this nourishment,
Right.
of information.
And I'm so happy that you've already gave us some promise and some promo for our 420 event in April of next year, which will take place on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. So we're making preparations to have this event in person, you know, to address that skin hunger. So we're already making preparations to have this in person. And this is also including us making a recommendation to do this outdoors. We're getting the state to take a look at this and having us doing it as an outdoor session. We've already started the preliminary submission and how this will work out. And then the state has already gotten back to us and said, well, this looks nice, but what's your backup plan? And our backup plan is very simple. We would just have to go back to a webinar format where we know we can deliver the same amount of education, you know, for the people who are, you know, need to know this. But we're looking to do this on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021, and we're looking to do an in-person event. So thank you for, you know, already letting us know some of the great speakers you've already reached out to make this such a success. So you have about 2 more minutes to go before we switch over to the lovely Kebra Smith-Bowden, who's going to be coming on, and we're so happy that she's with us today. I'm glad you brought your sister along. You know, I know how it is dealing with family members, so I'm so glad you're able to get your sister to come on board with us today. And we welcome her. And of course, you brought your brother Adam along too. And it was interesting, Adam, because I said earlier, when we put this program together, we were just looking for the best, you know, people who can come out, give us the education that we're looking for. And we discovered when we put the program together that the program was entirely female, with the exception.
I heard that part in the begining.
It was. Yeah, all the women I know first that I recommend a bunch of.
I heard it.
Yeah.
It was spectacular. We put the list together of the best, and the best turned out to be an all-female panel. So you know, we just have to recognize the contribution.
I don't know about everybody else, but I know that Shira is the best at what she does. I absolutely I see it every day. I'm just blessed just to be able to help her in her vision. I mean, like I said, I'm learning, so I'm happy to learn from the best. That's just the way it goes.
Well, that's what it's all about. Sharing love and respect for each other. And I feel blessed because I mean, it's such a love fest, but really, I mean, the minds, the hearts, the people that I know, that I've now come to know and call my family over these years. You know, Paloma gave me my best nickname, Dr. Layfelt. She called me, this is a couple of years ago, the Canna Fairy Godmother with combat boots.
Whoa.
And I like, yes. And I have a pair of purple combat boots that have mandala purple designs on it. And it's my favorite nickname. I was like, yeah, that's my job. I am the Canna Fairy Godmother in combat boots. And
I know we got to go, but I'm hoping the next time to have some scientific data to present. So how about that?
By April, we should be up and running.
Make that a goal.
Present. That's the goal. Let's say this now, declare it to the universe. We will have our first batch of research to be able to present at this next event. That will be groundbreaking new information. Thanks to Dr. Adam Stein and his partner Laura Saylor and our team up at Icaria Life Sciences. Thank you all so much. And we'll switch gears and talk a little bit about mental health. I'll stay on for a few more minutes with Kibra.
Yeah, I'm excellent because we're just about at that 2 o'clock hour to switch over. I tell you what, why don't you take the honor of introducing your sister?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Kibra Smith-Bolden from Canna Health. Sure, Shira, go ahead and introduce her, and then we'll just switch right into Kibra.
Yeah, because basically I had, unfortunately, I have people that are tuning in at 2 o'clock thinking I was just going to talk about mental health. So for those who are just joining us, hi, I'm Shira Adler, and thank you and welcome, because I think we'll have some more people joining us on Facebook now, and et cetera. And that's the joy about an improv of a live webinar. Sometimes our segments get moved. So we will recap. We will put up video of what we just talked about for the last almost hour with my dear Dr. Adam Stein, who is now a partner in my new company, Lehagen Bio, which Lehagen, for those who didn't hear, means to protect. So to protect bio, or to protect life. And it's a new company that is an agri-tech and bio-infrastructure company dedicated to advancing eco-hemp initiatives and plant-based therapeutic programs and products. So we will be launching that company soon. We're really interested in medicine, technology, and sustainability. And for those who want to know why I'm back on here, my background, as I said earlier, was technically more spiritual and all of that, but I also served in that capacity, overlapping between being a past life regressionist and clergy. I also worked as a spiritual counselor, still do. And I worked in mental health hospitals. One of those hospitals was Four Winds. I was one of their spiritual care ministers, which is a prominent mental health behavioral facility here in northern Westchester in New York. And I've served over the years in capacities where I overlapped my spiritual and clergy duties with mental health and making referrals and understanding those systems. And I started my own company back in 2011 because of my children. But my children had carried various diagnoses of anxiety and PTSD specifically. And under PTSD comes anxiety and depression and co-occurring morbidity. So I was sort of thrust into that world unintentionally as a mother and intentionally as a professional in the clergy and spiritual care world. And it's still a very, very important, significant aspect of why I do the work I do. Because even though my children both had medical marijuana cards, I put them on as minors. That was kind of a big deal. And you can imagine some of the stigma that I was dealt with, and being on Bravo and being openly that mom, that spiritual soccer mom, that weird woman who was looking at using products and plant medicine to balance traditional pharma responses to these diagnosis codes. And I kept hearing the same stories. I kept seeing families struggling through this. And especially now, when I started with aromatherapy, it's because I just strongly believe and understand the science and the metaphysical side of what those products are meant to do on a mind, body, spirit. There is an olfactory response that triggers the reptilian brain. There is, a response in the amygdala. There's a response on the emotional and the cellular memory levels. So we know aromatherapy is powerful and significant in terms of how it impacts us as spiritual beings having a human experience, but it affects us biochemically, it affects us physiologically, and it's something that, generally speaking, has no contraindications with any of the traditional medications that families might be experiencing or might want to try, whether your children are on everything from Ritalin all the way from, as I say in my book, The ABCs of CBD. I talk about the impact of plant medicine on everything from Abilify to Zoloft. right? We're all familiar with these medications. And right now, what we're seeing due to COVID are significant impacts of PTSD. And PTSD is hitting everyone because even if you didn't carry it as a diagnosis, traditional diagnosis code before, we all are experiencing levels of it right now in this COVID craziness. And our lifestyles are so drastically adjusted. Our family dynamics have been so drastically adjusted, and we're all struggling with myriad challenges. That's why this plant medicine, for me, CBD infused aromatherapy is a critical part of how we are taking care of ourselves. And years ago, I met this beautiful Kibra Smith Bolden, and I met her at some Women Grow events where I met most of my friends, Paloma and Melissa and Lynn and everybody, and was so impressed with this woman's heart, with how she takes care of people, with what she observes in terms of humanity and the impact that pain and challenges, and how she is such a caretaker. And so that's why I do call her a sister. She's really exceptional. She's an exceptional human and doing great work. So, you know, we both work in mental health fields, but I want Kibra to introduce herself and say what we're working on. Let's talk about PTSD. Let's talk about the impact right now COVID is having on our communities, on our families, on our friends, and on our world.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Richard, thank you so much for inviting me and putting this awesome event together. I'm glad to be a part of it. It was an interesting morning, so I'm glad I made it, and I'm happy to be here to talk about, you know, this very important and critical topic to our community at large right now. But I am a registered nurse. I've worked in the community my entire career, primarily doing home care, and in about 2013, my grandmother had an aneurysm, and it just totally devastated her mind, her body, and she was unable to walk, talk, and really didn't seem to be getting better, despite, you know, having pretty great care. And so she came to live with me. Short story is that she was not participating in physical therapy, and they were going to discharge her, because that's the way it works with Medicare. If you're not showing progress, they give you the axe. And so, you know, it was just an overwhelming thought for me on several different levels. Number one, my grandmother was 88, but she was a vibrant woman, full of life, had a boyfriend, drove a car, like very active. So to see her in this totally dependent state was something I knew she would never be comfortable with. And then on the other hand, too, even though I was a nurse and I was skilled and able to care for her, as we all can be for our loved ones, you know, but, you know, I thought I had a little extra something as a nurse, and I just was sad and disappointed in myself that she wasn't getting better. And so I'm a praying woman of faith as well. And I was praying one day, and I was just asking, how do I help my grandmother? And God, it just came to me that my grandmother had told me maybe a decade before that she had to smoke a joint and take a bath to get her body moving due to severe arthritis. And she didn't respond. She had an adverse response to most pain medications. So, you know, I was like, okay, this is what's going on. My grandmother is in extreme pain, and she's not being relieved by anything that we're doing. And that's why she's not participating. So I found a way. We got her medicated with cannabis, and within a month, I saw a complete and total turnaround in my grandmother's health, her mental state, and her abilities, functional abilities. And I just really, after having been a nurse at this point for over a decade and never seeing those type of improvements, wanted to study this plant and see what this was all about. Because, you know, I'm from, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more, but I'm from the hood, you know, so I definitely heard of weed, and I knew that people smoked it and got high, and I maybe have indulged at a time before in my life at that point. But never looked at it as medicine, and never thought about it as a science, and never knew about the endocannabinoid system, because we aren't taught those things. And so, you know, and they are, you know, fairly new in the past few decades. So, you know, that wouldn't be foundational for me, you know, 40 years ago. But now, you know, it's really important that we, you know, I felt it was really important that I learn about it and then take that information back to my community. And I did that, as Shara said, by getting close to the people who were doing the work that I thought I wanted to be a part of, and by becoming a part of Women Grow, and from Women Grow, I started attending networking events, and networking events connected me to people who had ideas, and I was able to kind of bounce my ideas off of them, and that's how Canna Health came to be. Because I wanted to do something. I love being a nurse. I still work as a nurse in the community. And so, because I love it so much. And so I love being a nurse, and I wanted to find a way to marry my two passions, which was now cannabis and nursing. And through education and really trying to help my community understand the medicine and the science of the plant, and also to make to make sure that my community was at the table with conversations around legalization, and about really taking a look at the fact that cannabis has ruined the lives and contributed to the trauma of so many people because of its illegal status, and them using cannabis as a tool and a weapon against communities of color, against poor people. And so to be able to make it be known that if this plant is legalized in my state or in states around the country, the right thing to do is to allow people of color, the people who were affected and harmed the most by its prohibition, to be beneficial from its legalization through ownership, through opportunity, through having communities reinvested in. And so that's the work that I do between Canna Health, where we help people get their medical cannabis cards. And the number one diagnosis that we see at Canna Health is post-traumatic stress disorder. And I really had to begin looking at what this really meant in our community. There were so many people who were coming in, and they were wondering how they were going to game the system. How do I get a card? And I'm like, oh, you don't have to play any games. You can just tell the truth. Like, if you have lived in a community that was over policed, and that was occupied, and that was brutalized every day, and that you had to walk by the same makeshift memorials, or all the things that happen, violence, drugs, disparities in healthcare, all those things contribute to trauma. And so really helping people understand what trauma is, what urban trauma is specifically, the difference between what post-traumatic stress disorder traditionally has looked like and what it looks like today, and the people who are affected, and how we're able to really communicate about that and get help. Because cannabis is definitely a way to help manage symptoms. It's a way to open up and be able to talk about trauma, but it is not a cure. It's really important that people really acknowledge the traumas that exist in our lives, and then obtain counseling or go into therapy or do things to really help to heal from these traumas. Because you don't have to be a victim for life. That's not a lifetime diagnosis for you. You can actually become healed and be a survivor.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Your words are so resonant. And when I work with people, especially teens, I think right now because that's who's in my house, right? And I'm getting kids coming to me, and what's concerning to me is that I'm seeing up here, and by the way, my kid, he may be the white kid in Westchester, but let me tell you, he was targeted plenty by school administrators, and I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. You don't want to know how many times I had to go in. I'm saying he has a medical card. No, you may not suspend him for appearing high. You may not, pull him out of school because you think he smells, because that's hemp, and hemp smells the same. It's ridiculous. There were very few kids up in our school district who were minors with medical cards, but there were some. And it is not okay to marginalize. It is not okay to take your stigma, your concern, your issue, and project it onto children and onto people who are just trying to live their lives and go to school and go to work. And it's just abominable what's happened. It's really, really bad. And I always say a soul has no color. So, you know, the fact is there are communities that have been greater hit, more decimated, and really just, we have a lot of work to do, but we have to do it together because we're all part of this humanity. And it really troubles me when I'm seeing the PTSD starting to skyrocket, mostly, at least the kids that I'm entertaining, the teenagers and the young millennials. And they're so lost. Their prospects, their sense of self, their identity, how they're feeling. You know, the therapist offices are packed. It's very hard for people to get sessions. Nobody's seeing anybody in person. So even the quality of that therapeutic care is not as available. So how are you addressing that with your patients? You know, I want to talk a little bit about that. What tools and things can we, because I'm struggling with that. You know, I'm like, please take the aromatherapy home. Please use it every day, religiously, 3 times a day, in between everything else, because there's just, we don't have the access points anymore for the full range of what therapeutic care is supposed to look like for people with PTSD. Are you finding that to be the same?
Yeah, I mean, it has been different. Well, a lot of locally, I've seen a lot of therapists who have totally pivoted. You know, they're doing telehealth visits. They're making sure that they're interactive. So I haven't really heard a lot of shortages with access. And people are reaching out. People are beginning to be more open and more willing to talk about mental health. Period. You know, it's become okay, especially in communities of color. And that's something very difficult to talk about. If you tell someone, you know, well, I believe you have a mental health disorder, they'll, no, never. But, you know, to really help people understand and acknowledge what they are experiencing and what they have experiencing and how that is materializing in their lives, it has been really something that's fundamental to what we do at Canna Health. And so I'm finding that there's a lot of like going back to the basics, you know, for us, like, so, or we never really got away from the basics. So it's just really first and foremost, education. Like, you might feel people will be okay with saying like, maybe they're sad, but you know, for an extended period of time where you're unable to, that's depression, you know, and really kind of like helping people identify those things and then moving on to the causes and helping to help them manage the symptoms has just been really important for people. And of course, again, that follow-up for trauma therapy.
Are you finding more people? One of the things that I'm noticing is that people are reaching out, and they have to, because, you know, yes, we're doing telemedicine more. I'm doing more Zoom past life regression sessions distance-wise, because I can do distance work. And that's actually a really neat little device that I'm working. I'm doing a talk on Sunday for the Awaken Wellness Fair about CBD, cannabinoid medicine, and quantum energy. There's a healing device that does quantum energy and delivers. They have mental health programs, support frequencies. So I'll tell you about that offline. Anybody wants to know about the Healy, contact me about that too. But my point of saying is that people are, because of the logistics of if they can't get booked in for the phone sessions with their therapist, they're turning into little teeny micro pockets within their communities. They're trying to have, like next Tuesday, I'm bringing in, believe it or not, another spiritual counselor who's going to do little back-to-back mini sessions in my own house with just people from the community, because that's all we can do. So I'm finding that it's causing us to pivot, get a little more creative, and work a little more micro, and say, oh, you know, I'm doing a workshop, or I'm going to have 5 people over. We're going to do a tele-webinar or something. How are you creating that? What does that look like in your practice right now?
My focus has been honestly on healthcare workers as of late, and really helping them deal with the trauma that they've had to work through. As a registered nurse, I've been during COVID was the only time in my entire nursing career that I've ever been afraid. I ever felt uncomfortable being a nurse. Like, I have dealt with infectious diseases in the past. I have dealt with, a myriad of health related emergencies and situations, but this was the first time I was ever afraid, because I really didn't know. We still don't know everything, but we didn't know at one point, how you can get it, who's more susceptible, all these things. And so, it recognizing that and how I was feeling, which I think I'm a pretty, resilient type of person. I'm able to bounce back from things, but it was lingering and a lingering effect. And so, really, I've been focused on helping healthcare workers to acknowledge these things, take the opportunity when possible to kind of decompress and really to talk to someone about this. And they're doing that in groups at like hospitals, and like I do hospice home care, and every week we have, like, they call it the happy hour, where we're kind of able to just talk about, the experiences that we've had over the week, and kind of decompress, because for me, an hour of therapy is kind of not, I don't have time for that. And a lot of healthcare workers, they don't really even have the luxury of making time for that. So to be able to have that at work and have those types of supports is something that I'm seeing a lot in the healthcare community as well.
I think that's a really good focus. I know of one, thinking about the spiritual side, I have a healer in town in Katona near where I live, and she was running programs specifically caretaking for the caretakers. And all the people in her little webinar in her Zoom healing arts class were firefighters, nurses, frontline responders, a couple of police members. Like, that's who needed that help. And we really need to remember that, as much as we're looking at our families and our environment, the caretakers, I mean, wow, that is a demographic that's really struggling with PTSD right now. And again, it's why, going back to the basics, like, what do we already know? What do we already do? Who do we already serve? And then how can we do more of that? How can we connect with each other and put together programs? And, because if I know that you're doing a workshop like that, yes, let me know so I can send people to you and say, hey, are you a nurse who's so burnt out, who's crying every night? And the teachers, I actually think that's a huge area. Let's do a little more for our teachers, because in terms of what CBD benefits and cannabis and medical products, I mean, PTSD, for those who don't know, is an approved diagnosis now, thankfully, as of last November within New York, that qualifies for medical cannabis cards. So for anyone who is looking to support a teacher or a nurse or someone who is a caretaker, professionally speaking, refer to them, reach out and say, hey, did you know? Because the chances are they don't know that they could qualify, and a little bit of that medicine would be so beneficial for them right now. Or, use the CBD spray, aromatherapy, take a little medical cannabis, talk to Dr. Lynn Porodnik, get your products from Irio or Etain, talk to Kibra. Like, that's what we're here to do. We have the tools, we have each other. We can identify where the need states are and who's struggling the most with PTSD right now. And I think teachers are actually huge demographic in that area.
And I actually was trying to pull up, I do have some slides with definitions of PTSD and stuff like that. So I was, I just ran and sat down. But it is.
That's great.
Huh? Yes. Okay. Let me just see.
That's great. I didn't want to interrupt you guys. I just want to say there was a statement that came across in the Facebook room.
Mm-hmm.
This person appears to be a veteran. He's a veteran.
Yeah.
And the question basically talks about, is the care that you guys are talking about, is it still being impacted at the state level? Because here's a person that, has served in the armed services.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been treating, and they're, looking at being treated for their PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm trying to read that question correctly, Bart. What did you guys experience dealing with the federal government, but most importantly with the Veterans Administration hospitals?
Mm-hmm.
if any, experience?
Well, cannabis is still federally illegal. And so veteran hospitals cannot officially participate in
No, they cannot officially.
certification or registering or whatever it is that you call it in your state to obtain your medical cannabis card, nor can they prescribe it or prescribe that to you at all. But however, conversations are happening, and unofficially, they are referring patients to this alternative to the medications. One of my first patients I had at Canna Health was a veteran, and she came in and she had over 400 Xanax tablets.
Oh my God.
400.
Oh.
Because she was a part of the their pharmacy program, and every month they would send a certain amount. They would send her regular medication. She had Xanax ordered twice a day and as needed. So they sent her the maximum amount of Xanax that she could take possibly over a month. So she had all of these pills, and she brought them, and of course I directed her on we ended up breaking them to the police station, but she was able to utilize cannabis to manage her symptoms of PTSD and get off of this medication. And that was amongst me. I believe she was on Klonopin, she was
God, Klonopin and Xanax? They gave her. Oh, yeah,
yes.
That's enough to knock a horse out. I mean,
yes.
come on, people.
Yeah.
Klonopin.
And so, and that was at the I believe she said she was referred by her social worker through the VA. Because I know that people are recognizing that what has been happening and what has been being done to our veterans was horrible, and it didn't work. Like, people are not getting better, they are getting worse. They are becoming addicted to these medications that they're prescribing, and they are not having any quality of life. And so alternatives are being discussed with veterans. We are working on legislation to make cannabis federally legal, and so that veterans can have access. But unofficially, you can come and get your card. Of course, that wouldn't be part of your med profile at the VA,
right.
But many places like Canna Health, we offer veterans discounts for their medical cannabis certifications. That's automatic because we appreciate the sacrifices you've made for this country, and we are saddened that you aren't respected and treated better and given the best care. And so we want to make sure that we do it at Canna Health. But I really feel like that is the thinking of many cannabis certifiers across the country. Most places give
Absolutely.
veterans discounts or additional education and support. So
one of the challenges is the benefits, though. This is we'll touch on this really quickly. Like when we have these conversations, and I do have them too. It's really unfortunate to me that we're fighting against a system that is still not accepted. What are the facts and evidence? What we know. When we all know so many people directly impacted with this, but when the system itself says you could lose your benefits, we can't provide it for you, and if depending on their financial situation. But in this industry, we're caretakers, and we will move heaven and earth to make sure we take care of our people, and we're all each other's people. Mm-hmm. So you do have to kind of maybe sometimes go outside of the box. To the person who reached out on Facebook, we're not, again, we want to be respectful of, you have to make the decisions that are right for you. If you are dependent on those benefits and that's the system, okay, then at least start with some CBD, which they can't touch, and they can't say, no, you lose your benefit if you do that. There are ways. We're here to help you with that. So reach out to Kibra, reach out to me, and let's see what we can do and what your specific need state is. I do want to mention one thing, because I had a question for you, Kibra, about this. It's come up a lot lately because people are stuck at home, because some of them don't feel they didn't know they could get this medicine. They're self-medicating, right? So we have a couple of things that are on the rise. Besides PTSD, we have domestic violence and abuse, and we have and over-medicating and self-medicating with natural substances, including one that I wrote about in my book that I don't like, and I recently had an experience that reinforced how much I don't like it, which is Kratom. And I do want to put this as a message out there. Kratom, if used properly, appropriately, it's organic, you vetted it, all that, like anything else natural, can be a good to pull you off of opiates and other things. However, when you misuse it and abuse it, oh my Lord, it is way worse than opiates. The withdrawal symptoms are worse than opiates. Your addiction level is so much higher. Yeah, you can pick it up in a vape shop. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. You know, everybody on this call, everybody here, because I'm seeing like we're all going, no. We all have experience helping people with this. We would rather see you on CBD, on different combinations, but you have to understand your physiology is so different, your biochemistry is so different, unique, your soul, your experience, your emotions are so unique. Please don't assume just because you can get that, that's a great idea. It really is not, and it's making problems that are, the side effects are rage and hallucination and worse withdrawal symptoms. So if that sounds like something you want to put yourself through, bless you. But if you don't. You have a lot of professionals on this call. That's what we're here for. This is what we know, and what we've seen, what we experience, what we can educate about. So had to say that because that's something I'm seeing a lot of. People are self-medicating and then they're going to those. It's kind of like if you are on an antidepressant and you're taking kava or St. John's wort. Don't do that either. There are, just because something is natural doesn't mean it's always right or always for you, and you may not know how to work with it. You need to work with people who know what they're doing on this. And I don't care if it's cannabinoids, I don't care if it's THC, but Kiva, are you finding that? Are people, because I'm seeing the usage go way up and it's with serious problems because of it.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a lot of follow-up, like people are quickly coming into Canna Health, they're calling, like, you know, and then, or going into the dispensary. We have a pharmaceutical model in Connecticut. So the majority of the education occurs at the dispensary with the pharmacist because strains change, you know, there are different offerings. And so patients are interacting directly with the pharmacist to make appropriate choices to manage their symptoms. So, but now people are literally running out of places, not having the opportunity to get that one-on-one counseling and education, making choices, and then not able to use their medicine properly. That is what I'm seeing. And luckily, you know, cannabis is not lethal, so nobody's gonna die. But, you know, it is important that, because we're saying this is medicine and we want it to have a positive benefit, a positive effect on you. So what we're encouraging people to do is take that extra time before you start something new, before you medicate in a different way. Let's make sure you're understanding what you're doing and that you're doing it safely, because we really are having, you know, we really don't want you to have negative experiences and effects.
And affect people who are living with you at home. And that's why I mentioned domestic violence. And it's
and I talked about cannabis, like cannabis will not make you become, you know, violent.
But kratom and alcohol will.
That will. Yes, absolutely. So I was talking about, you know, what I'm seeing in patients. But yes, I want to just make sure I separated the two.
Oh, yeah. Please. I want to be very, very clear. This is, you know, this is what I'm observing. This is what I just went through myself, unfortunately. So it's, it's very important that people understand. Please do work with a professional. Please do have support, and please have some follow through. It is not just a one-stop shop kind of like get your card, take some and go home and you're on your own. You're never on your own. Not when you're in this industry, not when you're surrounded by the kinds of people that we are surrounded with today in today's webinar.
And we are in a pandemic and we do need extra support and assistance, but we also need to make sure that we're putting our health, our mental health, our physical health, you know, in the forefront. People haven't been going to the doctor, you know, and understandably, but it's time to get back to, you know, health. It's time to, you know, begin to focus in on something other than the election and COVID-19. You know, it's time to start thinking about our next steps in life and what we're building. So.
Thank you. Richard, how about that, right? I love this.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely another great transition. And, you know, I'm looking at all the great things that Keeper has been saying. You know, it's something to really look forward to, something to pay attention to. And you touched on, you know, the whole domestic violence issue that becomes, you know, part of this whole part of this treatment. So, I hate to wrap you guys up. I do want to get our next speaker up on the line, but we can definitely say the conversations that we had this afternoon between the three of you guys, between Adam, yourself, and Kibra, this is not the end of the conversation. We're definitely going to be picking this subject matter up, very, very soon. So once again, Kibra, it's been a blessing, and I thank you for coming on board with us today, being part of the family. Thank you to your sister, Shira, for bringing you in. It definitely plays a big part, and we'd love to have you back in April. And why don't you guys make sure that you put all of your contact information in the chat room, so folks could definitely see how they can get in contact with you. And definitely when we do the replay, once again, if you're watching us on Facebook Live, please hit that share button. The numbers have been fluctuating pretty good on the shares. So we thank you for all of you who've been sharing it and resharing it. And if you're watching it on the replay on YouTube, I like to speak into the future. And if you're watching it on the replay on YouTube, also hit that share button, because this is definitely something you do not want to miss out on. So once again, Shira Adler, thank you. Kibra, thank you.
Thank you.
It's definitely, been a great part of today's event. And now we're going to transition to another young lady, another doctor who has been, prominent in this industry. She's starting up in this industry, in the cannabis field. Matter of fact, I tell you what, I'm not going to jump into her background. She's worked with me on a few other events. She was actually on the Code4.20 event earlier this year, briefly back in April. But, let's bring her in. Dr. Flora Luyando. Dr. Flora, are you out there? I believe she's on mute still.
Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I am so.
Hello.
Can you
Happy
hear me?
420.
Yes, happy 420. So
So
yes,
Doc, we thank you for for taking time out. We know, just like all the other professionals that have been on the program today, you probably had a patient load today, and you're probably concluding a patient load, or you're probably taking a break from a patient load. And you took the time to come out and be with us this afternoon, and we really thank you for that. And following you would be Dr. Carly Bell Biggins, and she's going to be coming on at about 3 o'clock to round out our event today. But let's talk about you for a while. Let's talk about your journey, your past, and how you transitioned into the cannabis industry. And then following that, I believe you have a slide presentation we can definitely go through, and we could probably wrap it up with some questions. But let's start with you.
all right. Well, thank you. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. Richard, I appreciate you as always. Wonderful working with you. Well, let me begin by saying my background is a doctor in Chinese herbs, traditional Chinese medicine. I love what I do, and I'm excited to be here. I've done so many different things throughout the years in the health community, in the global community, and I'm so glad that this medicine today is becoming global, in a way to see and respect and honor this wonderful world of marijuana. I like to keep it simple. I like to be direct. And I think that, some things in the system with COVID-19 has brought a lot of things out. And one of the important things that COVID-19 did was to awaken everyone. And if you're not awakened, you're awakened in a place where you don't want to be at. But 2020 is about awakening. And if you're not liking some of the things that you're doing, and you're having that self-doubt, that's awakening you to allow you to awaken to get something done. Now, if your path is in the direction that's going and it's flowing and it's smooth, then you're getting there. But we all are being awakened this year. There is no mistake. And, the simple terms of saying 2020, meaning 2020 like clarity, well, that does mean a lot. There is a transformation. There is a change coming. And if you are not ready for it, it's going to slap you back and forth. So it's about time to understand the Eastern and Western medicine. And I'm glad to be here discussing this beautiful medicine, specifically with this wonderful herb we call marijuana.
Thank you there, Dr. Flora. Do you want to jump into your slide presentation now?
Sure, why not?
Let's see. I'm going to bring it up on the screen. How about now?
Perfecto.
Okay, take it away.
All right. So in traditional Chinese medicine, this is why I'm here to discuss, is to talk about alternatives, combinations of Western and Eastern medicine. And in TCM, which we call traditional Chinese medicine and cannabis history, currently, can't really see the slide. All right. Currently, about 55 million people report that cannabis and CBD oil has improved health and wellness. Till today, 33 states have legalized medicinal marijuana. And for those states, 11 have been legalized in adult and recreational use. So recreational use is people that want to get that high without really needing it for a medical purpose. And then cannabis history in traditional Chinese medicine has been used as an herbal remedy for over 2,000 years. It has been used to treat a wide variety of conditions such as mental illness, seizures, and chronic pain. Next slide, please. There's a few benefits here. I decided to discuss on 4 major ones, especially now with this whole COVID-19 pandemic, with domestic violence, anxiety, depression, which includes loneliness and suicide rate. The benefit for number 1 has been said. It is used together for thousands of years. And what I mean by that is when you combine the THC and the cannabis oil itself, CBD oil, you have a better consistency of it and you don't get as high. It balances your mental, physical state. Benefit number 2, used together is presented with the most promising way in an overall mental overall human being, as in, for example, I like to give I'm a storyteller, and one of the things I can mention is I have 2 different patients that came to me in my office, and one had traumatic responses when young. And when that occurred, all they did when they were very young was smoke the natural weed, the natural marijuana that is in TH. And what caused them to do was a lot of hallucination, a lot of psychotic hallucination. Then I had another patient that actually had a combination of CBD oil with TH. And I saw a difference. They weren't as psychotic, as we want to use those terms, right? Mental awareness was a little bit more grounded, and they were able to heal much quicker. So these are the things that I've noticed in my office when you're able to combine the medicine. Number 3, cannabis alone has been used to treat pain management, mental illness, inflammation, anxiety, and post-traumatic syndromes. 4, itself, the hemp seeds, many people don't realize that the hemp seed can be used as a laxative and has been used for thousands of years. Till this day, I still offer that, especially to my pregnant patients that are having problems that they know that they've had babies before, that may have problems in lactation. And the seeds itself will help in that digestion. And in traditional Chinese medicine, the digestion and the breast milk actually is formed together, and it will allow the flow of the milk much easier and help produce. So hemp seed oil or itself, hemp seed itself, the seed, can be very beneficial for that. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is something that's very important that I like to discuss, the risks of cannabis in traditional Chinese medicine itself. It does have risks, whether you want to look at it in Western terms or in Eastern terms, is basically the same thing. We just use different terms because in traditional Chinese medicine, we see the patient as a whole. We do not separate the body. Again, all due respect to Western medicine, I come from a Western background, and I do combine Western and Eastern medicine together. But what I've seen in my office is extreme changes when you combine both. I have no problems referring my patients to a Western doctor because we are all in this together. But I definitely see a difference when they work together, as in medication has reduced, or they no longer are taking it, and they're feeling mentally, physically, spiritually one. And so in traditional Chinese medicine, the marijuana itself, it doesn't matter if it's the branch of it. When we say the branch, that would be considered the leaves that most people use to smoke, right? Or the seed, which is more of the grounding effect, right? Because it comes from the root. Or the stem, which is in between, which we would like to see it in traditional Chinese medicine, like mixing the CBD oil with the THC. When you do not combine it or do not specifically treat the patient with the constitution, depending on what kind of constitution the body is, it can drain the patient because the herb is considered a cold herb. Anything that's cold is considered draining or solid. So if it's overused, it can cause a lack of energy, motivation, and less of self-assurance or sense of self. That's when issues like psychotic issues occur, inconsistency, or something very, very simple as insecurity. Okay, so cannabis can be addictive and can be abused without realizing it, because you are on such a high, you don't realize that when you come from that high and go back to that low, if you've never solved what truly is deep within your spirit, it can cause a lot of psychotic or misinformation when you're discussing conversations with others. It's best to balance the use of CBD and THC in your strands of weed. Thank you. Next slide. All right, considerations when using cannabis in TCM, again, traditional Chinese medicine. To keep the side effects as minimal as possible, just like I said earlier, it's great to incorporate traditional Chinese medicine with a Western doctor or with other Eastern medicine doctors like we saw on today's show today. When you combine and have everyone help each other, we only can see a difference when we basically work together. COVID-19 has shown that when you start dividing different beliefs and making one better than the other without realizing each has its purpose, we can cause hatred, we can cause racism, we can cause disparity, we can cause fear, and we can definitely have economic issues. So cannabis is a modality when used properly by healing methods such as acupuncture, cupping, tuina, which is a form of a Chinese massage to help the organs, or qigong, which is a form of exercise that just is similar to yoga, that slowly slows your parasympathetic and your sympathetic organs, which will give you a higher state of wellness when you combine all this together. To reduce your risk of side effects, you must choose different strands of CBD. That's why it's very good to go into counseling or ask for questions, doing your own research, not just Googling. When you're Googling something, you're not really getting all the information that you need, or you may not get the correct website. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is rare for any herb to be used in isolation. Just like I said earlier, when you place only one method without combining the other methods, it all becomes a mix of, how would I like to say in my Spanish word? It's going to be so mumble jumble that you cannot even solve it. So in order to have a beautiful soup like gumbo, or where I come from, mofongo, you place it with a lot of love, you place it with a lot of clarity, and you ask questions. Don't be embarrassed to ask questions. I think society these days has gotten to the point where they can't even admit first that they need help, especially our communities of the brown and blacks, where we definitely need to really reach out. We are here, and we are here to help and answer those questions. So let's just be very open to accepting things and never closing the door without realizing that there's so many people out here that can help you in the Eastern and Western medicine. Next, please. That is all. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Flora. Yeah, one question did come through on the Facebook chat room, is that you consider cannabis a part of the Eastern medicine and not something that is part of Western. I guess they want a little more of a clarification on that.
Okay. So
and do we have another question also in the chat room that follows that up as well? Go ahead. First question was.
All right. So basically, it is an herb. So in traditional Chinese medicine, we've seen that as a herb. Not taking anything in Western medicine. Western medicine, it is an herb as well. But in specific Chinese medicine, it's an herb that we respect and honor, not placed in pharmaceutical.
Okay, great. The other question I came across in the chat room is, it says, Dr. Flora, please tell us more about cannabis being cold.
Okay, that's a very good question. Cold as in life, there's certain things that are basically placed in this earth, and that's what it is. So for example, certain fruits and vegetables have certain body temperatures, right? And I say body temperature due to the fact that vegetables has its own system. And if we don't start seeing food as its own system and just eating however you want to eat, it's actually going to not allow you to heal, because food is medicine. So the herb itself, no matter if you warm it up, fire it up, stew it up, it's a natural state being. It's a cold herb. So coldness, if you think of an ice cube, frozen, it's going to be solid, right? When it liquefies, it's going to drain. But if you do not combine it properly with your own body system, it can actually drain you, balance you out like water flowing, or place you solid and feeling stuck. May not allow you to use the bathroom, which you're overusing it, because now people get the munchies, right? So when you get the munchies, you're smoking, you're using all that, you're not combining both. Regardless if you use CBD oil or THC, it's still gonna cause those effects if it's overused. I hope that was clear. If not, I can definitely explain a little bit more.
Yeah, we actually have, let's see, we have a little less than 6 minutes left for you. So you could expand upon your answers as I look for others that came through in the chat room.
Okay. So was that clear enough?
Yeah.
Aww, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Another question that came through on, one of the other feeds. They wanted to know exactly do you actually treat your patients with cannabis or cannabis prescriptions?
Yes. As far as what I do right now, because I keep everything simple. I never want to jump into the bandwagon because everybody's doing it. I do it for the love, and I do it because I know it works. So yes, but I'm simple with it. I just use the CBD oil right now. But if I want people to start using it as a medication, I send it to the person that needs to be doing it. So you have other people on staff here that can do it, medical wise.
Great. Okay. So you actually referring people who can actually take care. Okay.
You should know your limits. I know my limits, and I keep it simple.
Right. The other question that came in is talking about your background as being a person is in acupuncture.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that being combined with cannabis treatment?
Love that question. It's combined, just like I said earlier on the slide, that it's just like anything, right? I'm going to go back. I'm a storyteller, in Western medicine. I'm going to give an example because most people understand Western, right? In order for you to no longer have that leg pain or that knee pain or that shoulder pain, you have to go to a physical therapist. You have to check your blood. You have to work out, and you also have to eat properly. So that's the same thing in traditional Chinese medicine, right? We have Tuina. Tuina is a form of massage that helps circulate your blood. So if you have a wrist problem, a shoulder problem, knee problem, it helps move blood. That Tuina is allowing that. It's helping the meridians. It's helping the channels. Another thing is acupuncture. Those are needles that are placed in certain parts of your body. Necessarily doesn't have to be in the local area. So for example, you have a pain on the right shoulder, you could place it on the opposite side to help the painful shoulder or the painful leg. That cupping, not everyone needs cupping because it can cause someone to be deficient, right? Like not everyone deserves certain medications. If you have hypertension in the Western world of medicine, the only thing with that is that sometimes they give you one medicine for everybody. The difference with Eastern is it's applied if necessary. So it's a combination of things. It's not one answer to, we don't believe in fixing. We believe in healing and assisting you. And in my office, that's the way I look at it. I'm here to assist you and guide you. But I work with Western and Eastern doctors to make it happen. We are all in this together. I hope that answers it.
That came through was, we know you talked about cold entities. So what would be an example of a warm entity?
Good question. All right. So for example, cayenne peppers, right? It's a natural state of being, right? Its body, like I said earlier, its body is warm. It's a natural state of warmness. So if you combine that herb, like for example, the seeds, laxative seeds, herb seeds, with cayenne peppers or into your salads, and that person has a constitution that is cold in the stomach, but very, very hot in the chest, because that person may have menopause, right? They are feeling hot flashes because this type of medicine that I'm discussing today is good for anxiety and perimenopausal issues. So if we put the cayenne pepper with the laxative seed of marijuana seed put together, stew it up, it's going to release the heat and help the digestive system, because sometimes you may have stuck emotions in your digestion causing you to have constipation. So that's in hot or warming systems. Mix it in together, it'll help.
And another question came through. They wanted to know, in your experience, what is the percentage of your patients that moves from, we would say, a regular usage of CBD, daily consumption, up to a medical level? What percentage of your current patient load is doing that?
I don't have numbers. I don't believe in numbers in when my patients come in. I believe in results. Okay. And for me, it's never been the case with numbers and percentages. And what I've noticed in results in my office is that when you combine Eastern and Western medicine, when you combine everything else, that's the difference I've seen. I've seen people less tired. I've seen people less anxious. And then I can speak for COVID-19 even more. I see people more aware. They're not that fearful anymore, you know, because sometimes what you're seeing out here is the fear. So they're reacting, right? They're, instead of sitting down thinking about things clearly, they're reacting more to emotions. So that's the same thing with any kind of medicine. If you're in pain, you're reacting to maybe being fearful to move that leg. So it's going to cause another domino effect. So I don't have percentages. I don't believe in percentages, me per se, me, Dr. Flora speaking. I believe in results. And so when you have a combination of both, go for it. Eastern and Western medicine, and also combining the THC with the CBD oils and food. There's not one answer.
Great, Dr. Flora. So, Dr. Flora, once again, we thank you for taking time out today to come on board with us. Your contribution, your perspective of cannabis from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective is well sought after, and we really need to hear more about your perspective, and even not only from yourself, but some of your other colleagues that are looking at cannabis from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, and of course Eastern medicine in total. We thank you about talking about the relaxation, the meditative part of it, and we always look forward to hearing from you, and we can only express our many thanks for you being with us today. Thank you, Dr. Flora.
Thank you. I get excited sometimes. It's because I love this medicine, and I thank you, Richard, for inviting me. And I appreciate you as always. And everyone else on the panel, appreciate you all for what you do into the community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Flora. So we're gonna move into our final speaker of today. And we are so happy to have this professional on our call with us. And I'm gonna bring her on right now. Dr. Carly Bell Biggins. It's always great, and I have to bring it back again. When we were looking at the program, we wanted to bring in the best. And when we put together this team of the best, we looked at it, and it was a entirely, female presentation. And we have to recognize that, look at this level of contribution, of women in this industry. And someone had corrected me, and they said, well, the women have always been there.
Yes.
There was a good time when the women were not part of the industry.
Always been here.
Right. And they say, no, Richard, wait a minute, time out. It's always been there. So, I'm just going to, let Dr. Carly come on. She's going to talk about, regenerative care, regenerative medicine. Definitely a topic we need to pay attention to. She represents Monaco Health. So I just hope Dr. Carly would take maybe 2 or 3 minutes before she gets deep into her presentation. Give us a little background about herself, where she's located, and also after that, just jump directly into presentation. Dr. Carly, it's a pleasure to have you on with us. Happy 420.
Hi, thank you so much, Richard. Thanks so much for having me today. Can you guys hear me okay? Yay, all right.
Excellent.
All right, happy 420. I'm very excited to be here today. I've been enjoying all of the presentations and also have a love for Eastern medicine. So thank you, Dr. Flora, for that wonderful lesson and hot and cold foods and just cannabis and traditional Chinese medicine as a naturopathic physician. We also learn traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. And so I definitely have deep respect for what you're doing there and appreciate you and all of your work. So yes, as I said, I am a naturopathic physician. I've been so for about the past 12 years. I'm also a cannabis educator and CEO of Monaco Natural Health Solutions, where we offer a premium CBD line. I practice at Lifestyle 360 Medical Center in Pearland, Texas. And that is a holistic clinic. Our medical director is actually an ER COVID physician. And so he kind of does that by day. And he's also building this holistic practice where I'm on the provider team. And so it's very exciting to be a part of that as well. I do practice cannabinoid medicine there and do prescribe my patients CBD oil along with all types of other botanicals when it's necessary, homeopathy and other types of natural therapies. I do a lot of nutritional counseling as well. And then also under the umbrella of Monaco, I also offer online courses. I teach a holistic health coaching course for people who want to become certified in holistic health coaching. I also offer a medicinal cannabis one-on-one course for people who may be interested in using cannabis or want to learn more about CBD, or even practitioners who may be getting questions about CBD and don't know how to answer them from their patients. And so it's a great short course that can be completed in a day that goes over the endocannabinoid system, cannabinoids, et cetera, to help people understand the ECS and the phytocannabinoids. And so what brings me to a presentation today, and I do, Richard, have a slideshow to share. So if there's a way that I can share my screen, that would be great here in just a minute. But I also have worked for a regenerative medicine clinic and did presentations on regenerative medicine, specifically stem cell therapy. And I'm going to go into what is regenerative medicine. And there's been some interesting research around regenerative medicine and cannabis. And so I'm excited to present this to you guys and having the background in regenerative medicine education and cannabis education. And Richard just had the awesome idea to bring these two subjects together. And so I'm really excited to present this information to you guys today. Now, is there a way that I can share my screen with everybody, Richard?
Yeah, I just checked with my my tech people. They said you should have the ability to share your screen right now.
Okay, let me see. Oh, I see it. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive in. So first, let's talk about what is regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine is the process of replacing or regenerating human cells, tissues, or organs to restore and establish normal function. So we'll look at different conditions that people use or physicians use regenerative medicine for. And essentially, it's the idea of regenerating damaged tissue from either trauma, for example, wear and tear. Someone was a football player and they have trauma to the knees over so many years, right? And they have osteoarthritis, or even some type of a spinal cord injury, or even just heart disease, right? And due to aging process, poor diet, et cetera, maybe heart disease. And so there's all kinds of ways that regenerative medicine is being used. And there's also different types of regenerative medicine as well. Okay. So why regenerative medicine? Regenerative medicine has the potential to heal or replace tissues and organs damaged again by age, disease, or trauma, as well as to normalize congenital defects. So here's a few common conditions that we actually see utilized with regenerative medicine, or that's treated with regenerative medicine. So spinal cord injuries, type 1 diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and you'll see a lot of neurodegenerative diseases such as ALS, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, also heart disease, stroke, burns, cancer, and osteoarthritis is also very common. So there's several types of regenerative medicine. These are the primary ones that are used. So we see stem cell therapy, platelet-rich plasma or PRP, prolotherapy, ozone therapy, and surgeries for cartilage repair or cartilage regeneration. And so we'll go through each one of these to explain how they're all different. There we go. So first, before we talk about stem cell therapy, we really need to understand what is a stem cell. So stem cells are cells within the body that have not differentiated or become specific cell types. So to understand this, you have to really think about, for example, an embryo. And so there is a certain layer of cells that is developed that will eventually turn into all of the other body types of cells. So it's kind of really like a parent cell. And the cell is not differentiated, meaning it hasn't become anything specific. It doesn't have a function. However, it can differentiate or develop into various types of cells that will have a function. So for example, it can develop into a bone cell, can develop into a reproductive cell, develop into a fat cell, a cartilage cell, muscle cells. And so a stem cell is a cell that has that ability, but has not differentiated into these separate types of cells yet. They can travel around the body, seek damage and inflammation, and replace older cells, causing a regenerative effect on the tissue. And so this is the idea and the concept behind stem cells and why people feel it's effective to introduce stem cells into the body. Because they're able to go to places where we have damage and create new cells where the old ones have been damaged or destroyed. Stem cells can be found in several locations throughout the body, including bone marrow, fat tissue, and even our teeth contain stem cells. However, the number of stem cells that we produce declines as we get older, and the potency of our cells can also diminish over time. So we always have stem cells. It's just that a baby has so many more stem cells than an adult. And that's why when you see, for example, a child that has an injury, they heal so much faster, or they have a surgery. When you're younger, they tell you heal better and faster than if you have it when you're elderly. And part of the reason for that is the number of stem cells that your body still contains that will help with that healing process. In our later years, to receive the same benefit as we had when we were younger, our stem cells must be supplemented or activated at higher levels. And this is the idea of stem cell therapy. So we understand what stem cells are. Now let's look at the actual therapy of stem cell therapy. So remember, the stem cell does not have a specific body function, but it can develop into a cell that does have a body function, such as a cartilage cell, a tendon cell. And if you look at the diagram here, what you see is a mesenchymal stem cell. You'll see it abbreviated as MSC right throughout. And these are just the stem cells that can differentiate into different body tissues and how they help when we introduce them into the body. So certain things that stem cell therapy is able to do, it can help reduce inflammation in an area, which when you reduce inflammation, you reduce pain. It helps to fight apoptosis. Apoptosis is cellular death, where the cell basically ruptures. Also, it can differentiate into multiple types of tissue, which we've talked about. And the cell can also self-replicate, okay? So the stem cell can create more stem cells when introduced into the body. So when placed into a certain environment, the stem cells can transform to meet a certain need. So for example, people who believe in stem cell therapy, when they introduce stem cells into, for example, a damaged Achilles tendon area, it's hypothesized that these cells will develop into healthy Achilles tendon cells. Physicians usually collect the stem cells from the patient's fat, blood, or bone marrow. And coming back into having done presentations previously on regenerative medicine for Regenerative Medicine Clinic, we actually use cells that came from cord tissue. The cords were donated by the mothers. And so we believe that the cord tissue was superior because remember, as you age, your stem cells quality and number decline. So if you're 65 and I'm using your stem cells, right, we're using your 65-year-old stem cells. However, if we're using newborn stem cells that's coming from the cord, right, these cells are so much better quality. And so that's why we would use the cells, but from the cord tissue. However, you can get the cells from various places. Depends on the clinic you go to where they actually will harvest the cells from. So that's stem cell therapy. The next type of regenerative medicine we'll talk about is the platelet-rich plasma, or PRP. And so many experts believe that the natural healing properties found in the blood's platelets, so the platelet is the cell responsible for clotting. So when you form a scab, for example, or you cut yourself and you're bleeding, when you stop bleeding, the platelet is the cell that is going to create the barrier and stop the bleeding. So those are the platelets. And then the plasma, which is the liquid portion of the blood, they believe this can be used to facilitate healing and repair of particularly sports injuries. PRP can be either injected, which is a common way that it's done, injected directly into the site that's been injured, or it can also be placed during a surgery. So the way PRP is made, if you look at the diagram below, the platelets and the plasma come directly from the patient themselves. And so you collect blood, you do a blood draw, collect 30 to 60 milliliters of blood from the patient. That blood is then centrifuged, which spins the blood and separates the different blood components. Will separate the red blood cells from the white blood cells and the platelets and the plasma. And then we take that platelet-rich plasma, extract that, and inject that plasma back into the same patient in the injured area. Okay, and the belief here is that that will help to regenerate the tissues that have been damaged in that particular area. The third type of regenerative medicine is prolotherapy. With prolotherapy, instead of like a plasma that's being injected, here we're going to inject an irritant. The irritant is usually dextrose, which is a simple sugar, but it can also be things like glycerin and saline that may be injected as well. The idea behind prolotherapy is that we're going to induce inflammation. With inflammation comes increased blood flow. And if we're going to have increased blood flow, then we could potentially have increase in healing in the area. And so that's the idea behind prolotherapy. Ozone therapy is another type of regenerative medicine. We know ozone is simply three oxygen molecules that are paired together. When ozone meets body fluids, the resulting reaction is they form more proteins and more red blood cells. When we have more red blood cells, now we have more oxygen. And when you have more oxygen in the area, now we can have a potential for increased healing. Medical ozone therapy is looked at as a potential treatment modality for regeneration of damaged articular cartilage. So articular cartilage is cartilage that's going to be where two bones meet. So for example, your lower and upper leg bones, where they meet at, there's going to be articular cartilage where they articulate or where they meet so that the bone doesn't rub against bone. And so we have a deterioration of that cartilage in osteoarthritis. And so ozone therapy is a common option in regenerative clinics for osteoarthritis. The last type of regenerative medicine I'll cover is the surgeries for the cartilage regeneration. Remember that the connective tissues such as cartilage and the tendons, they don't have a very good blood supply. They don't have blood vessels. And so when you don't have a good blood supply, it's more difficult for injuries in this area to heal because they're not getting the blood flow to come and bring those healing cells. And so there's different techniques that regenerative physicians will use in order to help heal or help increase the cartilage in that particular area. And so one way they do that is by making small cuts or abrasion on the bone directly below where the cartilage is injured. And the aim of that is for the blood from the damaged bone to flow in the area that can help facilitate new growth of cartilage in that area. Also, they can transplant cartilage from other parts of the body or from an animal into that area. And then specifically, that's more regenerative in this instance. They can implant engineered tissue made from stem cells and like a scaffold. When you think of a scaffold, think of like a netting. Imagine scaffolding on a building that stem cells are placed upon. And then they place that microscopic netting with the stem cells there in the area to help the cartilage to grow and mature from the stem cells into cartilage cells to regenerate that tissue. So these are some examples of regenerative medicine. And so remember, we're talking about regenerative medicine and cannabis. So let's just briefly go over the basics of the endocannabinoid system, the basics of cannabis, not going to go into too much detail before we get into how these things can work synergistically to help with the healing process. So first, we have to understand that our body has an endocannabinoid system, and that endocannabinoid system, the whole purpose of it is to create homeostasis, which is balance in the body. And so we do that by activating our CB1 and our CB2 receptors with our endocannabinoids or with phytocannabinoids. Our endocannabinoids that are part of the ECS are called anandamide and 2-AG. And these are just two, we call them neurotransmitters, or two chemicals, right, that interact with the receptors within the endocannabinoid system. As you can see in the diagram, we have receptors all throughout the body, from fat cells, and which is important when we're talking about regenerative medicine, bone, skeletal muscle, adipose tissue is fat, okay? So all of these different tissues are commonly the focus of where we're trying to regenerate. So the fact that there are CB2 receptors there is very important when we're looking at how cannabis can be of assistance in regenerative medicine. Okay, and so cannabis itself, right, we have, the parent of cannabis, and under that we have both marijuana and hemp, right? The cannabis plant does produce phytocannabinoids like our body produces endocannabinoids. And the most common ones we talk about are CBD and THC. However, we know there's over 113 phytocannabinoids that have been discovered. But we still are having some that are being studied, obviously. So we have CBN, CBC, CBG, and tons of other cannabinoids, along with other phytochemicals we see in the plant, such as terpenes and flavonoids that also have great medicinal property. And so that's just a brief little overview of cannabis. And so there's a few studies that I picked out that I saw around this topic of cannabis and regenerative medicine. Is really quite interesting. So the first study we'll go over, there was a 2014 study that found that CBD may help stem cells migrate to the areas where they're most needed. So remember, there's different ways that people will actually introduce stem cells into the body. Some will introduce directly into a particular area, let's say in the shoulder, if we're trying to help the articular cartilage in the shoulder area, or they may actually do it intravenously and allow those particular stem cells to migrate where they want to go, okay? And the theory is the stem cells will migrate to the area in the body that needs the most help, that may be the most damaged or inflamed. And when we introduce CBD, it seems in the studies that the CBD is helping the stem cells get to where they need to go. The phytocannabinoid cannabidiol, which is CBD, was found to increase the migration of adipose-derived mesenchymal stem cells. So all that means is the stem cells that come from fat, okay, so that's adipose. Remember, we can get stem cells from fat tissue. It helped to increase the migration of these particular cells, stem cells that came from fat, in both time and concentration dependent manner, okay? CBD may therefore recruit mesenchymal stem cells to sites of tissue regeneration and subsequently support bone regeneration, which is really exciting. And then I had the reference down there. If you like to look at that particular study, there's the reference there. In this same study, so collectively, the study demonstrates that CBD demonstrate CBD to promote the migration of the stem cells via activation of the CB2 receptors. Remember, we saw the CB2 receptors all there in the periphery. Some are also in the central nervous system, but primarily in the periphery, and induce osteoblastic differentiation. That just means building bone, having the stem cells differentiate into bone building cells, or develop into bone building cells. That's what that means in lay terms. This means that CBD combined with stem cell therapy could potentially boost both the activation of the cells, ability to travel throughout the body, activation of the cell, and the ability for it to migrate where it needs to go. There's also proof that endocannabinoid signaling has also been shown to regulate proliferation and differentiation of stem cells. So proliferation just means multiplying, is growing. So it's proliferating, okay? Remember, differentiation is just turning into the particular type of tissue. They were shown to have a key role in determining the formation of several cell types, including blood cells, adipocytes, which are fat cells, osteoblasts, which are bone building cells, and epithelial cells. Epithelial cells are cells that are lining or skin cells. The epithelial is like the lining of tissues, the inner lining of, for example, the inner lining of the mouth, inner lining of the esophagus. So linings or skins in the body will be considered epithelial tissue. So both bone marrow and stem cells make endocannabinoids, which is fascinating. And these endocannabinoids interact with the cannabinoid receptor, CB1 and CB2. If cannabinoids can enhance stem cell migration and proliferation, which we saw that last study proved that it's able to do that, this can make it an even more powerful therapy. So for instance, if we can increase the numbers and movement of stem cells to an injured tissue, then we can vastly enhance the healing process. Here's another study that was done. These are laboratory scientists at the University of California, San Diego. They conducted numerous trials concerning CBD oil's effects on lab-grown neural stem cells donated from patients with common neurological disorders. So these are stem cells that were donated from patients that have some type of neurological disorder. It didn't specify which disorder, so it could be like ALS, it could be MS, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's. So these are all examples of neurological disorders. So this method allowed the researchers to create a simulated brain in a laboratory setting to test different substances' effects on the real human body cells. And what they found was that cannabidiol, or CBD, strongly regulates the proliferation. Remember, proliferation is the replication or the growing and dividing of the cells. The migration is the movement of the cell to the proper location. And neurogenesis. So neurogenesis is going to be the development of new neurons or new nerve cells of the mesenchymal stem cell. So it seems that this combination of CBD and stem cells is a very powerful combination that can be more effective than just using stem cells alone. So there's an enormous yet uncovered potential for cannabinoids as treatment options for several neurological disorders, specifically when combined with stem cell therapies, conclusion of another study that was done. And so just kind of big picture overall, the big thing that studies have come out to say is that cannabidiol, or CBD, is able to help with the proliferation and migration of stem cells. And so helping the stem cell get to where it needs to go and helping the stem cell to actually proliferate into the type of tissue that it's meant to become, which is very exciting. So that's what I have for you on cannabis and regenerative medicine. Thank you very much. These are the ways that you will be able to reach me. That's my personal website there, drcarly.com. You can learn more about me there and the services that I offer. I also have my CBD store there at shopmonacohealth.com, where you can learn more about my ideas around CBD and shop for physician-approved CBD products. And I also have monaconaturalhealth.com, where I offer a free ebook on how you can care for yourself naturally from head to toe, with all kinds of great holistic remedies there for you as well, as health questionnaires that you can answer for free about your own health and get personalized recommendations around supplements, diet, and lifestyle choices that can help you around 12 different body system areas. And so you can check out Monaco Natural Health for those questionnaires. So thank you guys so much. And I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have at this time.
Dr. Carly, I'm actually taking a look at some comments that are in the Facebook chat room, and I'm trying to articulate the question, but I can actually combine it with my own personal experience. I actually suffered a knee injury back in April. And when I was actually diagnosed, the doctor was showing me some x-rays on how much cartilage was not there. And, you know, explained all types of therapy that I had at my option, including getting a shot in my knee, something they call a cortisone shot in my knee to take away this pain. But you know, cannabis or any type of other thing related to cannabis was never given as an option, number one. And I'm going to bounce it off the question in the chat room. Do you have to be in a certain relaxation state in order for the cannabis treatment to take effect that can heal joint knee injuries or disruption of the cartilage? I'm not a medical person, so I don't know if I'm describing it correctly. I'm trying to combine the chat room question with my question. You know, first of all, is cannabis a real direct treatment, you know, for someone who has a knee injury like this? And do you have to have you have to be in some sort of mental relaxated state in order for the cannabis to take effect?
Interesting. Very, very great question. So the first question, so I'll take it kind of as two separate questions. So the first question is cannabis really a treatment option for example, osteoarthritis and healing loss of cartilage due to, for example, osteoarthritis? So I would say that cannabis is helpful in relieving the pain that's associated by activating, you know, the endocannabinoid system. There's various mechanisms of how the pain is reduced. So one way is we reduce the inflammatory cytokines that cause inflammation in damaged areas, so that can help ease pain. And then also, right, when we have anandamide that is activated, or THC, they're very neuromodulatory, and that can help to decrease pain as well. So I would say, like, for example, all of my arthritis patients, they are taking my turmeric CBD oil for pain. Now, CBD by itself, I have not seen any studies per se that it is going to regenerate the actual cartilage tissue that is there. But yes, in stem cell therapy, yes, I have seen with the stem cells that the cartilage will regenerate if you have enough there, right? So depending on what stage of osteoarthritis that you're in, you know, if you're in stage, you know, 1 and 2, definitely, and even 3, sometimes I've seen it help in stage 4, right? And so you don't want to wait until you're at the very end where you have zero cartilage, because in order for the stem cells to work, you have to have some tissue there to regenerate, right? If there's no cartilage there, there's no way that it's going to be able to regenerate the cartilage that's missing if there's no base cells for it to work from. So you have, so that yes, the stem cells can actually regenerate their cartilage tissue, and I've seen it be successful in patient after patient after patient. Now, the combination of the CBD with the stem cell seems, the research is showing that it can be even more effective at helping the stem cell to proliferate and to migrate to the proper area. So as a combined therapy, it's even more effective. CBD by itself is going to be effective for the pain. okay, and the inflammation. The stem cell by itself is going to be effective for regenerating the cartilage. And together, not only is it going to help with the pain, but also it's going to help increase proliferation and migration to the appropriate places.
Excellent, thank you. Let's see. We also have, oh, can you unshare your screen? That's what.
Oh, sure. I can do that.
And we do have some other questions that have just came in. And one of the first questions came in is there something negative about flooding your body with stem cells?
Well, let's see. I haven't really seen anyone have any negative side effects from stem cell therapy. I have seen patients where it may not have been as effective as it has been for other patients. But because these are natural cells that your body produces, there's really not any, your body doesn't reject them. There's no like tissue rejection that you see with stem cell therapy. And so I haven't seen, only negative thing I've seen is that possibly it didn't work as well for some patients as other, but there's no negative side effects that we see from placing stem cells within the body.
Okay, what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to ask, we do have some people who want to actually ask the question to you personally. But before that, you actually put your thumb down when I talked about this cortisone shot that was offered to me.
Yeah, I can explain.
Sure.
Is that where you were going? Why is
cortisone I was going to go,
bad?
but after that, another question, after that.
Sure. So cortisone, it's a steroid, okay? And the steroid is a very powerful anti-inflammatory, okay? It saves people's lives every day, okay? So time and place. When you are injecting the cortisone into a joint, what happens is you may get some temporary relief because it's a powerful anti-inflammatory temporarily. And so some people, they don't work at all. Some people, they have relief for a day or two, a week or two. But eventually it wears off. The big thing about cortisone injections is that it damages the tissue that is there. And so because it crystallizes the tissue in the joint, breaking it down further. So you already have you already have a joint that is deteriorating.
I'm gonna have to have sample.
So you already have a joint that is deteriorating, and now we're going to add a substance that could temporarily relieve some pain, but long term, it's going to deteriorate the bone and the cartilage even further. So you're going to be worse off after the shot than you were before the shot. And so it's not worth it long term to get those cortisone injections. Stable, it's going to be more deteriorated than it was before that one shot. So I recommend, there's too many other things, too many other options. And again, the relief that people get from the cortisone shots is so limited. The time is so limited that it's not.
I think Melissa Gibson wanted to interject and ask a question. Melissa, you still out there? Yeah, because she had a question she had typed into the chat room. Okay, if Melissa Gibson is unable to get back on the line, I think Tony Rogers actually has a question. Tony?
Yeah, I have had success with PMF therapy as well as hydrobaric therapy as it relates to stem cell growth personally. And that both of those entities are natural. They're not necessarily inexpensive, depending on where you go, especially in New York City area. But when you combine PEMF, which means pulse electromagnetic field therapy, with hydrobaric oxygen therapy, which was made famous with Michael Jackson, who regrew his hair after his tragic hair fire commercial, with CBD, you'll find that there's a lot of research as relates to stem cell regeneration with both of those therapies.
Interesting. Yes, that is another common area that stem cell is used for hair regeneration. Actually, they use PRP quite a bit, and you'll see it advertised quite a bit for regenerating hair growth as well. And so, yes, I'm glad to hear that you had a lot of success with the stem cell therapy, because it, like I said, I've seen it be so effective for so many patients in getting them out of pain and just improving their quality of life. And so, yeah, thank you for sharing your story, Tony.
You're welcome.
So, Dr. Carl, another question is, I don't know if you had it on your last slide, where physically are you located in the U.S.? Or are you in the U.S.?
Yes, I am in the U.S. I live in the greater Houston, Texas area, and my practice is in Pearland, Texas, which is just a suburb just south of Houston. So yes, I'm in the Houston, Texas area.
Great, excellent. Let me just recheck the chat rooms on both sides to see if any other questions for Dr. Carly. No, I think that's about it. I think Melissa is back. Melissa, yeah, go ahead. If you have another question, you have a question for Dr. Carly, go ahead.
I did, and thank you so much. It actually, it lost something in translation when I typed it in. What I wanted to ask is, it just seems so incredible that why wouldn't we just flood our systems with stem cells as much as possible? That was really the essence of my question.
Yes. So, there's a lot of theories around why there's so much kind of mystery and kind of pushback around stem cell therapy. And a lot of it has to do with the potential conventional treatments that are already on the market that may kind of be, that may become irrelevant. For example, knee replacements, right? We could see such a tremendous decrease in the need for those hip replacements and so many other things. So there are some theories there around why we don't see just a plethora of stem cell being available and why it's not covered by insurance. Because when you go to a regenerative medicine clinic, it will not be covered by insurance. However, the FDA says that you can, it's used as an experimental therapy and you can do it, but it's not covered by insurance. And so a lot of patients or potential patients would ask that question, why is this not covered by insurance? And so, there's lots of theories out there, but definitely I think that just like cannabis, I believe the two things that will revolutionize medicine within the next 10 years is stem cell therapy and cannabis. I think that they're going to revolutionize the way that we treat a lot of diseases, what becomes standard of care. And when we're looking at degeneration, definitely stem cell is going to be, I believe, the #1 therapy that people will turn to. And so I think it's just kind of that resistance of the turning of the tide, the same thing that we see with cannabis as what we see with stem cell therapy. But I think they're both equally going to revolutionize the field of medicine.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, I think that's really about it. We only have time for one more question, if one more question is out there. And let's see, I'm checking out the chat rooms on both sides. And we're just about it. Once again, thank you, Dr. Carly Bell-Biggins from the greater Houston area. And we really appreciate you coming on board. We know everyone today had patient loads today. And, we really respect the professionalism of all of you, able to balance your professional settings and come on board with us for an hour or so and just be a part of our family for today. And we would like to send our offer to you. Do not forget about Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. Thank you once again, Dr. Carly. Okay, everyone, we have reached the end of our program, and we are just so excited of all the things we've learned today. Out there, the Facebook Live, you don't have to hit that share button anymore. We're just about shared out. But we do remind you, if you are watching us right now on the YouTube playback, if you're watching us now on the YouTube playback, Code4.20 Events on the YouTube channel, yes, hit that share button. Get this message out, get this word out to all of us who are out here fighting on the front lines and keeping cannabis education relevant, out here. So once again, I would love to thank all of our participants today, most notably Tony Rogers, who came on board earlier today. Melissa Gibson, thank you so much. Martha McDermott, once again, thank you. Dr. Paloma Leffeld, just such an excellent presentation, very scientific, right to the heart, and she made it so clear to us, even those who don't have technical backgrounds or medical backgrounds, such a clear presentation. And of course, Liz Kramer Ernst, who came to us from Hampton MediSpas. Once again, thank you for your participation, along with Dr. Lynn Parotnik. Dr. Lynn, such a great blessing, such a great help, and her discussions today on geriatric care. I want to take a quick side angle to also thank some folks who actually tried to get into the room today. The people from Access CBD Water, thank you guys for coming on in. And then, of course, in our afternoon sessions, we are just so remiss and so great and just so helpful to have, Shira Adler, who came aboard along with Dr. Adam Stein. Shira, Dr. Adam Stein, such a combination, 1-2 punch. It was just, it just is undescribable, the contribution that those two brought in the beginning of our afternoon session. And who can forget Keeper Smith Bolden, who came to us from Canna Health, and we thank you for her contribution today. Dr. Flora Luyando, and her taking a look at, cannabis from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective. And of course, we ended out today with Dr. Carvel Biggins out of Houston, Texas, and her discussion on regenerative medicine. So we are so thankful for all of you who have been part of this discussion today, part of this webinar. Big shout out to SJW Tech, who is handling all the technology for us in the background. Thank you, SJW Tech, for coming to my rescue, to making sure I can concentrate on other things and not worry about the technology in the background. Once again, thank you, SJW Tech. So without any further ado, I want to make sure everyone invited back our next session, which is for Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. That's Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. So after the holiday season, you're definitely going to see the advertisements for it. But most importantly, we are looking to have this event in person. We're putting it out to the universe right now, as I've been told what you have to do. Put it out to the universe so we can actually have this event live in person in 2021. Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. So from all of us here at Team Unity, most importantly at Code4.20 Events, we just want to thank you for your contribution today. Thank you for being a part of our webinar, and please, we'll see you next time. Thank you, everyone.